Welcome to the fantasy audiobook. The second generation of the villain god was assassinated by the school beauty at the beginning. Chapter 1. Azure Star. The super wealthy human race is in the main hall of the GU family. GUTN, don't come with me. If you do it again, I will still kill you. A cold and strong female voice suddenly echoed in the silent hall. In the center of the hall, a beautiful girl wearing a snow-white gauze low-cut dress stood upright, surrounded by many sword-wielding women far beyond her strength. The terror and coercion shrouded her, but she was not afraid at all, but looked straight ahead. A pale-faced man in black sitting there said unwillingly, "But you are such a tough beast. You were unprepared when I stabbed you through the chest with my sword. My sword was also coated with bloodthirsty soul grass venom, but it didn't even kill you. But don't try to scare me. If you want to kill or behead me, just come over. If I, Lin Qingshe, frown, I don't deserve to be named Lin." Directly in front of her was a black throne engraved with a ferocious black dragon. A man in black with a pale face and cold and low eyes sat on the throne and stared at her. There was a violent but not angry aura deep in his eyes, and he didn't say a word for a long time. The man in black was surrounded by dozens of maids holding swords. His face was covered with white gauze, and his aura was powerful and terrifying. He looked at Lin Qingshe with murderous intent in his eyes. The young master is the heir to the GU family. He was blessed by destiny at birth and has endless good fortune. How can you assassinate him so easily? As the fiancé of my young master, who enjoys endless honor and wealth, she actually came to assassinate the young master for a student from a poor family. It is simply shameless. How dare you be so arrogant and domineering despite knowing that you have committed a heinous mistake?" One by one, the two girls holding swords shouted angrily, furious. "No one has ever dared to be so arrogant here, never before." A charming woman in red clothes walked out, raising her hands and feet. She was charming, but her eyes were filled with murderous intent at this moment, as if she wanted to slap Lin Qingshe to death. "Now, Lin Qingshe, you still don't know how to repent. If the young master hadn't ordered to stop you, if you were still my young master's fiancé, you would have been cut into pieces by my GU family." Lin Qingshui's face was pale, her eyes filled with strong anger, and she shouted angrily, "So what? Your GU family killed my mother, and now you are still sending people to assassinate my sworn brother Yi Fan. I and your GU family have no sworn relationship. This sword didn't kill Gu Tian, it was because of his fate. Kill me directly if you can, otherwise if you give me another chance, his life will not be so great." Buzz. In an instant, many sword-wielding maids burst out with powerful sword intent, glaring at Lin Qingshe with murderous intent, and filled the hall with terrible pressure. "Shameless, Lin Qingshe, do you really think that my GU family dare not kill you?" The charming woman in red was dressed in excitement, but her murderous intent could no longer be suppressed. But they knew clearly that Lin Qingshe was so confident because of her young master's endless love and indulgence. At this time, even though the man in black was surrounded and protected by many powerful female waitresses, Lin Qingshe still struggled furiously, as if she wanted to rush up and strike the man in front of her with a sword. "Gu Tian, I'm warning you, if you dare to hurt Mark even a hair, I, Lin Qingshe, swear that I will cut you into pieces." "Stop." At this moment, the pale man in black, Gu Tian, waved his hand, causing the charming woman in red to step back. His cold and majestic eyes were filled with a deep sense of violence, and he stared at Lin Qingshe. After hesitating for a long time, Gu Tian finally accepted the fact that he had traveled through time. He actually traveled back in time to a novel about the revival of spiritual energy that he had read when he was a child, Global High Martial Arts, The Age of Star Gods. Could it be that God couldn't stand it anymore and asked me to be reborn to reverse the tragic fate of this brainless dog-licking villain? Gu Tian said to himself with an expressionless face. The body he traveled through was a supervillain in the original work. He had a monstrous background and unparalleled talent. He was born with visions of destiny and was boasted to the sky. The GU family is now a super-rich family that has been inherited by the Blue Star human race for more than 600 years. His father, Gu Wudao, is a super god. He leads a million-strong army to guard the northwest frontier of the human race, intimidating all races and possessing overwhelming power. Her mother, Chen Mengyan, is a former generation of witches. She was born in the Duanmu family, one of the 5 founding families of the Blue Federation. As soon as the original owner was born, he had the supreme demonic bones in his chest, accompanied by visions and destiny. He shocked the human race at birth and was collectively recognized by many older generations of the Jiyu family and designated as the next head of the Jiyu family after Jiyu Wudao. Jiyu Wudao has said in public more than once that my son Jiyu Tian has the appearance of an ancient god emperor. One can imagine the importance Jiyu Tian receives. Even saying he was born with a golden key in his mouth cannot describe Jiyu Tian's background and life experience. But in the original work, Jiyu Tian is a big joke in the mouths of many readers, the king of cuckolds, and the lone star whose destiny is to be lost. God gave Jiyu Tian perfect everything, but didn't give him a better mind. He actually fell madly in love with Lin Qingshe in front of him. Lin Qingshe, the school beauty of Tiandu College, is from the Lin family, a super family. But the most incomprehensible thing is that this Lin family was once the super enemy of the Jiyu family. The 2 families have been tit for tat since the spiritual energy was revived, and countless children of the family died at the hands of the other. The hatred between the 2 families can be said to be as deep as the sea. But now the Lin family is in continuous decline, and countless strong men have fallen. The main culprit for the Lin family's decline was Jiyu Tian's mother, Chen Mengyan. Lin Qingshui's mother also died under Chen Mengyan's scheme. Originally, the Lin family was about to be wiped out by Chen Mengyan, but because Jiyu Tian forcibly stopped it at all costs, and even secretly engaged Lin Qingshe, giving her the identity of the future mistress of the Jiyu family, and making Chen Mengyan avoid it, the Lin family has survived until now. The younger brother Lin Qingshe talks about as an adopted son her mother once accepted, Yi Fan, who is also the protagonist in the original work, The Son of Destiny. In order to protect the Lin family and save Lin Qingshe, Jiyu Tian promised his mother that he would kill Yi Fan. And because of this, Lin Qingshe stabbed the sharp sword coated with the venom of the bloodthirsty soul grass into his chest. After being assassinated by Lin Qingshe, on his deathbed, he even begged his mother Chen Mengyan not to blame Lin Qingshe, and to save the Lin family, paving the way for the destruction of the Jiyu family in the future. Jiyu Tian recalled the plot of the original novel, and combined with the memories left in his mind, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly twice. What is the king of dog licking? Nothing more than this. Bloodthirsty soul grass is a poisonous weed at the level of Medicine King. Even the super powerful people in the Transcendence realm will die. The original owner is only in the mysterious aperture stage, so it is difficult for him not to die. In the original work, the original owner did die under this sword. The dignified owner of the supreme demonic bones died at the hands of a woman, her fiancé. It was an unprecedented joke. But before he died, he still spared no effort to save Lin Qingshe. Later, due to the death of the heir Jiyu Tian, the Jiyu family was in internal strife. Chen Mengyan was in chaos and had no time for him to take care of it. The protagonist Yi Fan survived, escaped from the Imperial capital, and began his journey as a protagonist. He made a crazy counterattack and grew up. Finally, he returned to the Imperial capital, joined forces with Zonggang, and destroyed the Jiyu family. His mother Chen Mengyan and his father Jiyu Wudao also died at the hands of Yi Fan. What's even more ironic is that Lin Qingshe later married Yi Fan and gave birth to a girl for him. Countless powerful people from the human race came to congratulate her. Under the protection of Yi Fan, the Lin family rose crazily and once again became one of the top families in the human race. Titles such as the King of Cuckolds and the Lone Star of the Destiny sect were thus assigned to Jiyu Tian. That's all. For a person like you who was born without a brain, life is a tragedy. There was a strong sense of violence deep in Jiyu Tian's eyes. Looking at Lin Qingshe, the cold light in his eyes kept flashing as he began to integrate into his current identity. The King of Cuckolds, the Lone Star of the Destiny sect, now that Jiyu Tian is here, everything will never happen again. In his previous life, he was just a street gangster, but in the end he was still able to grow into a generation of underworld godfather, traveling across the Middle East and resounding internationally. Now that he got this kind of Tianyu start when he was reborn, he couldn't figure out how to lose. So what if the protagonist of Destiny's Child is just an ant? Let me step on your head, climb to the top of this world, and see this magical world. It's not in vain for me to be reborn. Gutn muttered to himself, finally fully accepting the fact that he was reborn and merging with the memory of the original owner. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the Destiny Villain system has started to bind. The binding progress is 1%, 100%. Binding completed. I will give you a gift package for newbies. Do you want to open it? Gutn raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Even if he didn't travel through time and become the protagonist, there would still be no shortage of equipment that a reborn person should have. Open. Congratulations to the host, for obtaining the Human Emperor body, a sealed Abyss Demon Sword which can be continuously unsealed as the host's strength increases, and a destiny value of 10,000 points. In an instant, endless runes poured into Gutn's mind like a tide, and the secret of the Human Emperor's body was instantly grasped by him. The Human Emperor's body is divided into 9 levels. In the first level, one can possess the power of 10 heavenly dragons. In the 9th level, one can reach the state of immortality. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A black magic knife appeared in Gutn's mind, with its own endless abyss. The magic mist was billowing, as if there were endless demon gods sealed in it, and the roar shook the heaven and the earth. Gutn could clearly feel the supreme demonic bone in his chest beating continuously. It seemed to be cheering for joy, echoing with the Abyss Demon Sword, and began to awaken continuously. The dense runes on the supreme demonic bone began to awaken continuously, and the demonic mist emitted from Gutn's body, which was strange and terrifying, making the faces of many sword-wielding maids beside him turn pale. Even though the personal maid Chen Mengyan specially trained for Gutn is now far more powerful than Gutn, she can't help but feel a sense of horror in her heart, as if she is facing a supreme demon god who has just awakened from the devil's abyss. The supreme demon bone is about to awaken in advance. Could it be the effect of Lin Qingshui's sword? The charming woman in red blurted out with eyes far beyond ordinary people's, her beautiful eyes full of horror. Lin Qingshui's face suddenly turned pale. Could it be that instead of killing Gutn, her sword actually helped him achieve a huge breakthrough? If that was the case, she really wanted to have a sword thrown at her. System, what is your role? What is the use of destiny points? Gutn was immersed in his mind and was unaware of the changes in the outside world. The Destiny Villain system, as the name suggests, means that the host needs to constantly suppress people with strong luck, especially those with destiny, in order to gain destiny points. The destiny value can improve the understanding of skills and magical powers, improve the realm, and can be exchanged for magical scriptures in the system mall, etc. As a reminder, the Son of Destiny is protected by destiny. When suppressed to the extreme, you can kill him only after receiving the system prompts. Ding! The 2 girls of luck were scanned. Lin Qingshui, the owner of Purple Luck, the daughter of luck. Chen Mengran, the owner of Purple Luck, the blood of the royal family of the gods, the daughter of luck. Gutn smiled. He likes simple and crude things, and the function of this system is in line with his wishes. As long as he suppresses the Son of Destiny, he can become stronger. Gutn glanced at the charming red-dressed maid Chen Mengran beside him with some surprise. He knew the plot of the original book, and he also knew that she had the blood of the divine royal family, but he did not expect that she was also a girl of luck. It's not surprising that Lin Qingshui is the daughter of luck. After all, she is one of the most important female characters in the original work. She is the woman that the protagonist Yi Fan relies on most in the early stage, and is also one of the strongest goddesses in the later stage. There are actually 2 daughters of luck in front of him. This can be used to test the function of the Destiny Villain system and quickly increase his strength in the shortest time. Gutn deeply understood that although he had an extraordinary background and a profound Gu family background, having a father and a mother would never be as good as his own. Not to mention, the Gu family is not peaceful either. There are some ambitious people with evil intentions, but they are suppressed by their father and mother and are temporarily unable to take the lead. Immediately, Gutn directly added 10,000 heavenly life points to the Human Emperor body. Buzz. In an instant, golden light began to emit from Gutn's body, which was already shrouded in demonic mist. At the first level of the Human Emperor body, he instantly stepped into the entry level, and then entered the stage of small success. Golden light began to flow from Gutn's body, like a god coming to the world, so majestic that it swept away the previous pale and weak state. Gods and demons are juxtaposed. The charming woman in red was stunned. Why did the awakening of the supreme demon bone allow the young master to give birth to divinity? But at this moment, Gutn gave her an even more terrifying feeling, and even gave her the illusion that she was kneeling down and unable to look straight. But this feeling is even more terrifying. Her strength far exceeds that of the young master. Is this the terrifying thing about the awakening of the supreme demon bone? Bang, bang, bang. But at this moment, the sword-wielding maids could no longer withstand this terrible pressure. In addition, they had been brainwashed since childhood. Their bodies, souls, everything belonged to Gutn, and they had no ability to resist Gutn. They immediately knelt on the ground. Under the terrible double pressure of gods and demons, Lin Qingshe also turned pale, but the feeling of powerlessness and anger in her heart was far beyond the external pressure. The sword she tried her best to thrust out not only failed to hurt Gutn, but even caused his supreme demon bone to completely awaken, adding a huge stumbling block to the rise of her sworn brother Yi Fan. Gutn, don't act like a fool in front of me. You can't scare me. Lin Qingshe glared at Gutn and shouted, "Kill me if you can, or let me go. Looking at you for one more second will be torture for me." She spoke unscrupulously and had an air of disregarding death. She was not afraid of Gutn's breakthrough. The charming woman in red was trembling with anger and said, "Lin Qingshe, you are too presumptuous. If it weren't for the protection of the young master, you would have died 100 times now, and you still dare to talk to the young master like this." If Gutn hadn't doted on Lin Qingshe so much, Lin Qingshe would have had 100 lives to kill her. At this moment, Gutn finally slowly opened his eyes, and a terrifying magical light flashed in his eyes, as bright as a shooting star, darkening the entire hall. "It seems that you are sure that I will not do anything to you, so you dare to be so presumptuous in front of me." Gutn laughed angrily when he saw Lin Qingshe being so unscrupulous and not hiding her disgust towards him despite being a prisoner. The original owner is a dog licker, but that doesn't mean he is also a dog licker. Gutn stood up, his terrifying demonic intent surged, and he walked towards Lin Qingshe step by step, with murderous intent lingering in his eyes. "Wanna die? It's not that simple. I want you to taste that death is just the easiest punishment. The pain of not being able to live or die is the most suffocating thing." Lin Qingshe sneered again and again. She didn't believe what Gutn would do to her. She was just hysterical out of anger. You must know that even when she inserted the sword into Gutn's chest, he couldn't bear to fight back against her. "What's the use of speaking harshly? Incompetent man, what else do you do except scare people with harsh words?" Lin Qingshe sneered. "Young master, be careful." The charming woman in red made an anxious sound, and her figure immediately disappeared, appearing behind Lin Qingshe. Lin Qingshe was locked with a terrifying aura. If she dared to make the slightest move, even if the young master would be angry, she would immediately face her thunderous strike. If Gutn was hurt once, she already deserved death, and she would never tolerate it happening a second time. Not to mention that Gutn was no match for Lin Qingshe before the supreme demon bone awakened, and now he was still seriously injured. "I just like to watch a tough-talking woman like you, sinking step by step, and finally kneeling at my feet, begging me to kill you." With a sense of violence in his eyes, Gutn walked up to Lin Qingshe and suddenly grabbed her face. With a deep and ruthless look in his eyes, he raised his hand and picked her up directly. Boom! Suddenly, Gutn raised his hand, squatted down, and slammed Lin Qingshui's head on the floor. He could hear the crisp cracking sound of her skull, accompanied by Lin Qingshui's shrill scream. At this moment, all the maids in the hall were horrified to death. Many maids were stunned, their eyes widened, and they even felt like they were hallucinating. The young master would actually be so cruel to Lin Qingshe, no, even a killer. How can this be? The head is always the most fragile and fatal part of the human body, and it will never be an exception. After this blow, Lin Qingshe would be seriously injured even if she didn't die. But as everyone knows, Gutn loves Lin Qingshe to the core. For Lin Qingshe, he even went so far as to disobey his mother Chen Mengyun's orders and get engaged to Lin Qingshe even if he was condemned by everyone in the Gu family. He forced the Lin family, who had been enemies of the Gu family for nearly 1,000 years, to protect her. That's why Gu Tian's actions were so dreamy. Young master, you. The charming woman in red even trembled slightly all over and her breathing stagnated. She looked at the young master who was close at hand in disbelief, her mouth slightly opened. At this moment, a cold and familiar voice came into her ears. Mengran, I have wronged you in the past few years. The charming woman in red suddenly raised her head and met Gu Tian's cold eyes, with a rare hint of apology appearing in them. In an instant, her eyes turned red and she said quickly, Mengran is born to the young master, and his death is the young master's ghost. Everything the young master does is right, and Mengran is not wronged. Gu Tian's eyes were cold, and the plot of the original novel appeared in his mind. Chen Mengran was actually the adopted daughter of her mother, Chen Mengyan, and the illegitimate daughter of the God Emperor of the God clan who was living abroad. She was extremely talented and had extraordinary luck, and she had been with him to protect her since she was a child. After he was killed by Lin Qingshe, Chen Mengran lost all hope and was sent back to the God clan by his mother Chen Mengyan. Chen Mengran wanted to avenge Gu Tian. She was so talented that she climbed all the way to the top of the gods and led an army to attack the human race. She was eventually defeated by the human army. She was harvested by Yi Fan using the method of yin and yang cultivation and turned into a slave. He lost his self-awareness and became Yi Fan's slave. Later, the protagonist Yi Fan even used Chen Mengran's divine bloodline to exert a huge influence on the divine clan and became his assistants, and his strength and power increased rapidly. All of these things were supposed to be prepared for him by his mother Chen Mengyan, but they all came true for Yi Fan. When the original owner was still alive, he treated the mother's adopted daughter as a slave, beating and scolding her at will, and letting Lin Qingshe yell at her. It can be said that this person who should be the most trusted around him was forced to become a traitor to the human race. Everyone shouted and beat him, and eventually became the slave of the protagonist Yi Fan. At this moment, Lin Qingshui's sharp voice suddenly sounded, Gu Tian, you dare to hit me, I will kill you. Lin Qingshe was so angry that she couldn't accept that she was treated so cruelly by Gu Tian in front of such humble maids as him. The mental blow she suffered far exceeded the physical pain. Gu Tian, how dare you? Boom. Lin Qingshui's cheeks were covered with blood, but she stood up quickly. At close range, she raised her palms and slashed at Gu Tian's head at close range like 2,000-pound swords. She is not only the school beauty of Tiandu College, but also a rare talent seen in the Gu family for thousands of years. If the Gu family had not declined, her name would have shocked the human race. Young master, be careful. Before Mengran finished speaking, Gu Tian raised his big hand and swung it suddenly, colliding with Lin Qingshui's hands. It was like mountains colliding with each other, the air currents dancing wildly, and with a click sound, her hands and arms broke directly, accompanied by Lin Qingshui's painful scream. How is this possible? Lin Qingshui's face was twisted in pain, and her beautiful eyes were full of disbelief. With this head-on blow, her strength was actually crushed by Gu Tian, and she was no match for her. But she is Tiandu Academy's top talent, with the 8th level of divine power, possessing a huge strength of 35,000 kilograms. Otherwise, even though Gu Tian was assassinated by her, he would not have been able to pierce his chest with her sword without any resistance. How could Gu Tian suddenly have the power to crush her? As we all know, the Supreme Demon Bone will only begin to show its power after breaking through the mysterious Aperture Realm. Although Gu Tian is now a student of Tiandu Academy, he is far from reaching the threshold of the Earth ranking. Could it be that the Supreme Demon Bone is really so terrifying? It has just awakened in advance and has such terrifying power. It actually allowed Gu Tian to increase his strength so much in a short period of time. Lin Qingshui's mentality was almost broken, and her eyes were full of despair. After all, the reason why Gu Tian's strength had improved so much was entirely because her sword that pierced the chest indirectly activated his supreme demonic bone. Gu Tian, if you have the ability, you can fight me head-on and openly. What kind of ability is a sneak attack? Lin Qingshe shouted angrily unwillingly. She believed that Chen Mengran was behind the scenes, otherwise she would not have been crushed by Gu Tian. Congratulations to the host for successfully suppressing the Daughter of Luck. The reward is 5,000 destiny points. At this time, the sound of the Destiny Villain system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host. The girl of luck is in a state of confusion. She will be rewarded with 3,000 destiny points. It is really sad to be weak and unaware. Gutn smiled from the bottom of his heart. Lin Qingshe was simply an artifact to increase his destiny points and increase his strength. In a short period of time, he provided him with 8,000 destiny points. Gutn's voice was indifferent, and he didn't even bother to talk nonsense to Lin Qingshe. Instead, he turned to look at Mengran and said softly, Mengran, from now on, Lin Qingshe is my fiancée to the outside world, but internally, she is your maid, no matter what you command. If she does something wrong, you can hit her, scold her, or kill her, but it won't matter. Quote, he is not the original owner. Such a maid with extraordinary talents and the blood of the divine royal family is simply a golden mountain that has not yet been discovered. Compared with Chen Mengran, Lin Qingshe is not even a piece of shit. If it weren't for Lin Qingshui's strong luck, he could just stay by his side to brush up his luck, and at the same time, he could also use it to suppress the protagonist Yi Fan. He wouldn't even mind locking him in a dog cage. After all, you can brush your luck no matter how you brush it. Young master, I. Chen Mengran's eyes were red and she shed 2 lines of tears. She was extremely moved. She had been wandering around since she was a child, but was rescued by Chen Mengyan and adopted as an adopted daughter. She was given a home and warmth, and everything she had never dared to think of. She had already silently sworn in her heart that she would be loyal to the Jiyu family and Jiyu Tian throughout her life and repay Chen Mengyan for her kindness. Chen Mengran had already regarded herself as Jiyu Tian's woman. So in the past few years, no matter how Jiyu Tian ordered, beat or scolded her, she worked hard without any complaints and did not dare to complain at all. She even thought that as long as Jiyu Tian didn't drive her away, she would stay with Jiyu Tian no matter what. Jiyu Tian was stabbed by the sword, and she was completely devastated. But he never expected that Jiyu Tian, who was safe and sound and had greatly improved in strength, would now have a 180-degree change in his attitude towards her. Young master's kindness can never be repaid by Mengran even if he dies. Chen Mengran burst into tears and suddenly knelt at Jiyu Tian's feet, sobbing. I've wronged you, Jiyu Tian said softly. As a former underworld godfather, this little trick of winning people's hearts is easily accessible to him. Not to mention that Chen Mengran was completely devoted to him because of his mother Chen Mengyan's life-saving grace. As long as he showed some importance to her, it would be enough to move her deeply. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully changed the attitude of Chen Mengran, the daughter of destiny, towards you. You will be rewarded with 10,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host. Chen Mengran, the daughter of luck, has greatly increased her loyalty to you and will be rewarded with 5,000 destiny points. Jiyu Tian's heart moved slightly and he glanced at Chen Mengran unexpectedly. As expected of one of his own, in a short period of time, he actually brought him a full 15,000 destiny points. The suppression of Lin Qingshe just now only brought him 8,000 destiny points in total. Jiyu Tian, you beat me and scolded me, and now you hand me over to a slave to be beaten and scolded at will. This is so humiliating to me. Lin Qingshui's eyes were bloodshot, and she was going crazy. She roared, I, Lin Qingshe, am not your Jiyu family's slave. I can do whatever you want. It was you who begged me to get engaged to you in the first place. I want to break off the engagement. You are just a beast and you are not worthy of me, Lin Qingshe, being your woman. Break off an engagement. Jiyu Tian came back to his senses, smiled, and said with cold eyes, who do you think you are? You are worthy of breaking off the engagement with me. Just because of the declining Lin family behind you. Jiyu Tian looked at Chen Mengran and said in a low voice, bring Lin Zhongshang and Lin Xiaoshui up. Chen Mengran nodded and obeyed, not wanting to think about why Jiyu Tian's attitude suddenly changed so drastically, and immediately led the maid out of the room. Not long after, Chen Mengran and his maid brought up a decadent middle-aged man and a young girl in green. The maid put a sword against their necks. The heir to the Jiyu family was assassinated. Even if the news was tightly blocked, the entire top level of the human race was still shaken. The Lin family was just in decline, so naturally no one would offend the Jiyu family for them. Immediately, the important figures and powerful figures in the Lin family were all controlled or closely monitored. As for the middle-aged, they are Lin Qingshui's father Lin Zhongshang and his biological sister Lin Xiaoshui. Lin Zhongshang's whole body was covered in blood, and his collarbone was penetrated by steel nails. The runes on it kept flashing, completely sealing his strength. Outside the palace, there was an aura of terror rising and falling, locking him firmly. This influential figure who once dominated the human race and competed with Jiyu Wudao for a while has now become a prisoner. Kneel down. Chen Mengran made a cold sound, and kicked Lin Zhongshang on the knee like lightning, making him kneel in front of Jiyu Tian. Don't kick. I'm afraid of pain, so I will kneel down. The girl in green, Lin Xiaoshui, had a frightened face, her face was pale, and there were blood stains on her body. She seemed to have been tortured a lot these days, and she knelt down to Jiyu Tian obediently. Lin Xiaoshui's face was pale and her eyes were full of tears. She looked at Jiyu Tian and begged, "Brother-in-law, you loved me the most before. Please, all the mistakes are my sister's fault. It was she and her father who planned to assassinate you. It has nothing to do with me, just let me go." Jiyu Tian sat back on the black dragon throne, picked up Lin Qingshui and threw her on the ground, stepped on her head with his foot, looked down at the middle-aged girl and the girl in green, his eyes were cold, and he said with a slight smile, "Xiaoshui, be good, as long as your sister is good. Be obedient, brother-in-law, I promise you'll be back home soon." He simply couldn't figure it out. The Lin family was suppressed by Chen Mengyan's plan. The strong ones fell and all their power was reduced to this level. If the original owner wanted to get a mere Lin Qingshui, all he had to do was raise his hand and move his eyes. Make her crawl into bed willingly like a dog. If you don't have the right master, why do you choose to be a licking dog? Dad, Xiaoshui. Seeing the miserable appearance of the middle-aged and young girl, Lin Qingshui screamed, looked at Jiyu Tian with hatred, and shouted angrily, "Jiyu Tian, what's your anger? Come on me, don't involve my father and Xiaoshui, everything will be with them. It's irrelevant. It has nothing to do with them." Jiyu Tian's eyes were cold, he looked at Lin Qingshui indifferently, and said, "You didn't come to assassinate me for Mark, but now you actually care about your family." Mengran, Lin Zhongshang's right hand. As soon as Jiyu Tian finished speaking, Chen Mengran did not hesitate and immediately drew out the long sword from the waist of the sword-wielding maid. He raised the sword and dropped it. With Lin Zhongshang's miserable cry, his arm fell directly to the ground. He was also the patriarch of the Lin family, a once super-rich family. He was a super strong man who rose to fame. Although he was not as good as Jiyu Wudao, he had been in tit for tat with Jiyu Wudao for decades. Perhaps he had never thought that he would be beaten by Jiyu Wudao's son. On command, the arm was cut off. "Xiaoshan, I was wrong, I was really wrong." Lin Zhongshang's face turned pale. At this moment, he finally smelled the breath of death. He was frightened and tried to crawl to Jiyu Tian's feet regardless of the severe pain in his shoulder. "I shouldn't have listened to that beast Yifan and Qingshui and found bloodthirsty soul grass for them. Spare me, spare the Lin family this time. I swear, from now on the Lin family will be the most loyal dogs of the Jiyu family. I will bite whoever you ask me to bite. Please, please." Lin Zhongshang's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with endless fear. He had endured too much torture in the past few days. He had never experienced this in his life. He began to kowtow crazily to Jiyu Tian and beg for mercy. The sound of bang, bang, bang echoed throughout the palace. Chen Mengyan poured all her anger on her son who was seriously injured and dying, causing him to endure endless pain. After finally seeing Jiyu Tian, he never wanted to endure it again. Brother-in-law, everything has nothing to do with me." Lin Xiaoshui was frightened when she saw her father's arm falling to the ground and the blood flowing all over the floor. Her face turned pale and she begged crazily. Then she followed Lin Zhongshang and started kowtowing crazily. "Father!" Lin Qingshui let out a scream of pain, which was heartbreaking, and struggled wildly, but no matter how hard she struggled, Jiyu Tian's foot on her head was like a 10,000-foot-long demonic peak, making it impossible for her to move at all. In a short period of time, Jiyu Tian became so powerful that she was unable to shake him at all, and even made her feel like facing her sworn brother Yifan. She couldn't believe how she felt. Why can Jiyu Tian be comparable to Yifan? He is just a dude who relies on his family's power to dominate. Gutn, I must kill you, kill you. Lin Qingshui's screaming voice began to be filled with a sense of powerlessness. You want to kill me? I just like tough-talking women like you. Gutn smiled brightly, and the prompts of the Destiny villain system were still ringing in his ears. It was so satisfying to play the Girl of Fortune, which made him look forward to how many Destiny points he could get by playing the protagonist Yi Fan. Mengran, Lin Zhongshang's left hand, Lin Xiaoshui's right foot. Gutn said indifferently. As soon as Gutn finished speaking, Lin Xiaoshui burst out with a scream of fear. Lin Zhongshang's pupils shrank violently, and he suddenly shouted, Lin Qingshui, you are going to kill your father for that scoundrel Mark. Sister, the whole family is going to be killed by you. You want to be reviled by all the Lin family. Lin Xiaoshui screamed, looking at Lin Qingshui with resentment in her eyes. She only hated her sister Lin Qingshui for not knowing how to be blessed, not enjoying the glory and wealth, and suffering endless suffering because of that Mark. Why isn't she the one Gutn likes? If it were her, she would do her best to please Gutn and enjoy all the glory and wealth, so that countless ladies in the Imperial capital could only look up to her and please her. In her eyes, her sister Lin Qingshui is simply a fool and a sinner of the Lin family. Dad, Xiaoshui, I. Lin Qingshui's eyes were filled with endless pain. She was already prepared to die when she assassinated Gutn, and she was even prepared that the Lin family would pay a certain price. But she couldn't bear the fact that her biological father and sister were in front of her, under her nose, enduring such endless torture. She couldn't figure out why Gutn's attitude towards her suddenly changed so much. Is it just because of the sword that pierced the chest? But he obviously didn't resist. When he was dying, he even ordered the Gu family not to hurt her. Otherwise, she would have been tortured to death and cut into pieces instead of being safe until now. Buzz. At this moment, Chen Mengran's eyes were cold. He raised his sword and suddenly lowered it towards Lin Zhongshang and his daughter. Ah! Lin Qingshui screamed, and the scene of her father and little sister lying in a pool of blood appeared in her mind, and she suddenly said, Gutn, I was wrong, don't hurt my father and little sister. As soon as he said these words, Gutn curled his lips and waved his arm slightly. Chen Mengran's sword swing stopped abruptly, and the sword edge suddenly stopped on Lin Xiaoshui's right foot. Ho! Lin Xiaoshui lay limp on the ground, gasping for air, looking at Lin Qingshui with endless hatred in her eyes. It was because of Lin Qingshui that she was almost useless in this life. Qingshui, it's not too late to reign in the situation. Lin Zhongshang said weakly, looking at Lin Qingshui with pleading in his eyes. He clearly knew how stubborn his daughter was. In the past, when Gutn pampered her like that and doted on her unconditionally, then nothing was a problem. But now, Gutn's attitude towards his daughter Lin Qingshui has suddenly changed. Lin Qingshui's stubbornness will only kill the entire Lin family. You are the only one who can save the Lin family from the precipice now. Lin Zhongshang said with despair. The Lin family has been passed down for nearly 1,000 years, and we cannot let it perish in the hands of you and my father and daughter. After saying the words, I was wrong, Lin Qingshui's eyes became extremely desperate, as if she had lost all her strength. She collapsed on the ground softly. She never thought that one day she would succumb to Gutn's lustful power. What she couldn't figure out even more was why Gutn would use such a method on her if he didn't love her stubbornness the most. Lin Qingshui was in extreme pain, and she felt more and more sorry for Mark. Gutn, even if you threaten me with such shameless means, you will never win my heart. Lin Qingshui angrily scolded Gutn. Congratulations to the host, you have strongly suppressed the mind of Lin Qingshui, the daughter of fate, and rewarded you with 10,000 destiny points. The system's cold voice then sounded, directly rewarding a large sum of destiny points that was not inferior to Chen Mengran. Your heart is of no use to me, and your body is even less attractive to me. Gutn looked down at Lin Qingshui, full of disgust for this self-centered woman, and said with a cold smile, didn't you just say you wanted to go with me? Should I break off the engagement? Why did I give in so quickly? In his case, he is the only one who can betray the world, and he will never allow the world to betray him. Lin Qingshui must die, and she is not worthy of being his fiancée, but the initiative must be in his own hands. Lin Qingshe wants to break off the engagement. She doesn't deserve it. Upon hearing the word, break off the engagement, Lin Xiaoshui and Lin Zhongshang trembled violently at the same time, and their backs were instantly wet with cold sweat. The Lin family has declined to this level and can still barely survive because of the marriage contract between Lin Qingshe and Ji Yutian. Otherwise, even if the Ji Yu family didn't take action, the Lin family would have been pounced upon by countless Tiandu families before they were in such a state. They would have skinned and cramped the Lin family, eaten them dry and wiped them clean. Lin Qingshe, do you know what you are saying? Do you want to kill your biological sister and the entire clan? Lin Xiaoshui was the first to break her guard and started yelling. You are just a selfish woman. You don't want to talk about the rise of the Lin family. Lin Qingshe, you just want to protect Yi Fan, that fool, that wild man, regardless of your own sister, your own father, and the entire Lin family. For his sake, you actually tricked my father into helping you find the bloodthirsty soul grass to poison your brother-in-law, which caused me and everyone in the Lin family to be reduced to this situation. You are simply ungrateful and worse than a beast. You are not worthy of being a woman, let alone a member of the Lin family, children. Lin Xiaoshui cursed bitterly and endlessly, while Lin Zhongshang on the side looked even more desperate, staring at the ceiling silently without saying a word. What a green tea who adapts to the changing circumstances. Ji Yutian's eyes were cold and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. In the original work, Lin Xiaoshui is the little follower and fangirl of the protagonist Yi Fan. She follows her and calls her brother-in-law. She is very close. She even hinted to the protagonist Yi Fan more than once that she envied her sister and was willing to serve with her two girls. Kazuo. Yi Fan also took Lin Xiaoshui to adventure in the ruins, which benefited her greatly, and later she became a famous strong woman. In the original work, many readers even speculated that in the ruins, Lin Xiaoshui had actually been taken over by the protagonist Yi Fan one night, so she got so many benefits from Yi Fan. Later, Lin Xiaoshui did not get married in her whole life, and had been living with Lin Qingshe and Yi Fan. Xiaoshui, please listen to my explanation. My sister is not who you think she is. Lin Qingshui's eyes were filled with pain, and she wanted to explain, but she didn't know how. She was indeed optimistic about Yi Fan's potential and future, and believed that he could help the Lin family rise again, so she helped Yi Fan at all costs, and even persuaded her father Lin Zhongshang. But all of this is just her inference without any real evidence, and she can't explain it clearly in words. Everything happened, there is nothing to explain. Lin Xiaoshui interrupted Lin Qingshe coldly. She just wanted to survive and not be implicated by Lin Qingshe. Since Lin Qingshe couldn't protect herself or the Lin family, she could only work hard on her own. Brother-in-law. Lin Xiaoshui looked at Ji Yutian pleadingly, and suddenly quickly climbed to Ji Yutian's feet. She hugged Ji Yutian's feet into her arms with both hands, and pressed them tightly against her. She looked at Ji Yutian with charming eyes. He begged, brother-in-law, do you think I look like my sister? Ji Yutian smiled coldly. Lin Xiaoshui's reaction to the green tea was somewhat beyond his expectation. He knew that Lin Xiaoshui was very realistic, but he didn't expect her to be so realistic. He originally planned to use Lin Xiaoshui and Lin Zhongshang to attack Lin Qingshe, and then coerced and used Lin Qingshe to deal with Yi Fan. But at this moment, he suddenly felt that there was no need for him to worry so much. Because he hasn't taken the initiative to say anything yet. At this moment, Lin Qingshe was confused and stupid. She never expected that things would develop like this. Suddenly, a desire arose in her heart, wishing that nothing had happened and that she had not assassinated Ji Yutian. Lin Xiaoshui's actions and reactions simply refreshed her worldview and had an unparalleled impact on her at this moment. Even if Ji Yutian committed another crime and deserved death, he would still be her fiancé, but her biological sister actually seduced Ji Yutian in front of her. Ji Yutian, you beast, let go of my sister. Lin Qingshe was so angry that her whole body was shaking, but she couldn't rebuke her sister, so she could only rebuke Ji Yutian angrily. Should I let your sister go? Ji Yutian smiled, looked at Lin Qingshe with cold eyes, and said, you can see clearly for yourself that it's your sister who is hugging me like a dog right now, and she can't kick her away no matter how hard she kicks. After that, Ji Yutian kicked him a few times, but under the threat of life and death, Lin Xiaoshui hugged his feet tightly and pressed her face against them. She was unwilling to let go, and turned around to scold Lin Qingshe angrily. My brother-in-law is so outstanding, so many women are trying to win over him. It's you who doesn't know how blessed you are. Your pure posture is simply disgusting. Lin Zhongshang on the side looked at Lin Qingshe gloomily at this moment. At this moment, he also felt that his daughter was deliberately trying to destroy the Lin family. At this time, he is still fighting the fire. Xiaoshui, how can you say that to me? I am your biological sister. Lin Qingshe said weakly and hoarsely, her eyes filled with bloodshot eyes as she watched her sister's movements. At this moment, a strong sense of regret finally emerged in her heart. It was she who personally pushed her father and sister to this point. She would rather die immediately than see such a scene with her own eyes. Sister, please, don't belittle yourself in front of Ji Yutian, okay? Lin Qingshe begged, her expression almost broken. Lin Xiaoshui ignored her sister at all. Instead, she raised her head and looked at Ji Yutian, brushing her hair away from her ears, revealing her white face, and said flatteringly. Brother-in-law, please, don't kill me, don't hurt my family. I can also help you deal with Mark. I can do everything my sister can do. I can also do what my sister can't do. I have to say that she actually looks very similar to Lin Qingshe, but she doesn't have Lin Qingshui's aloof and cold temperament and lacks the desire to conquer. But when it comes down to it, it is filled with a different kind of temptation and charm. Especially in front of Lin Qingshe, there was a different kind of psychological stimulation. What can your sister do and what can't she do? Ji Yutian asked with a smile, but his eyes were extremely cold. He has seen too many such things. This is human nature. When there is benefit, hello, me, everyone. But if something goes wrong, it would be a kindness not to stab you in the back. When disaster strikes, flying apart is the final destination. Only those who are as stupid as the original owner would be manipulated by a stupid little woman like Lin Qingshe. My dad is here, there are some things that I can't say in public. Lin Xiaoshui's face turned slightly rosy and she lowered her voice and said, but I can help you deal with Yi Fan now. He has actually been practicing with the treasures of heaven and earth from the Lin family. Everything you gave to my sister was given to him by my sister. I can now help you get your sister back from Yi Fan. In fact, my sister is still clean until now, and you have never touched her. That's enough, Lin Xiaoshui, why don't you look in the mirror and see how disgusting you look now? The Ji Yu family killed my mother. Ji Yutian is the son of our enemy. Lin Qingshe finally became completely angry, her whole body trembling with anger. She pointed at Lin Xiaoshui and angrily yelled. Lin Xiaoshui, you are still not a human being. Do you know what you are talking about? Lin Xiaoshui sneered, not afraid at all, and said, Lin Qingshe, don't give me that tall and pure attitude. If you become an idiot and still want to build a memorial arch, it will only make me feel sick. We are just like each other. Didn't you get engaged to your brother-in-law for the sake of our family? And I know what I'm doing. You risk everything for that mark, but I still have to protect my family and my father. Just feel free to be your pure virgin. As long as you can survive, there is nothing wrong with being an idiot. Lin Qingshe was so angry that she almost vomited blood, and her face turned pale. She had no idea that the family she had tried her best to protect would view her this way in her heart. Lin Xiaoshui, you. Lin Qingshe struggled wildly, as if she was about to rush up and slap her sister, but Ji Yutian stepped on her and was unable to move. Hearing these words, Ji Yutian was the first to smile, and he became slightly interested in Lin Xiaoshui. He suddenly stretched out his hand and lifted her round chin, and Lin Xiaoshui also took advantage of the situation and showed a charming look at Ji Yutian. Human smile. Lin Xiaoshui understood that her biggest asset to Ji Yutian was not her appearance, but that she was Lin Qingshui's younger sister, and she also looked very similar to her. What a smart idiot. Ji Yutian's eyes were indifferent, with a sense of violence in his eyes. He suddenly squeezed Lin Xiaoshui's chin tightly and sneered, although her talent is average, she is much smarter than your sister. At least able to recognize reality. Lin Xiaoshui also looks good, but in his eyes, women are just pink skeletons, just tools he uses to attack Lin Qingshe. Lin Xiaoshui's eyes were a little painful, but she still tried her best to show her most attractive side, twisting enchantingly, trying her best to please Gutn, trying to get Gutn to spare her life. Gutn, you beast, you and I are at odds with each other. Lin Qingshui's face turned pale and she roared crazily. This kind of scene would cause her 10,000 times more pain than killing her directly. His own sister actually flirted in front of her fiancé in order to survive. Congratulations to the host. Lin Qingshui, the daughter of destiny, has suffered an extremely serious blow to her mentality and will. I will be rewarded with 10,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host. Lin Qingshui, the daughter of destiny, has a broken mentality. I will be rewarded with 5,000 destiny points. The sound of the system prompts sounded in Gutn's ears like a beautiful piece of music, making him feel relaxed and happy. A small movement just lifted Lin Xiaoshui's chin, but it had a huge impact on Lin Qingshui. Brother-in-law, as long as you don't kill me and don't hurt the Lin family, I'll do anything. Lin Xiaoshui nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Ha 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 ha. Gutn laughed loudly and said, I like smart women like you. From today on, you will follow Mengran and stay with me as a maid. Since a little Lin Xiaoshui can bring such a strong blow to Lin Qingshui, he naturally doesn't mind giving Lin Xiaoshui some small benefits. Thank you, brother-in-law. Xiaoshui will definitely go through fire and water in the future. Lin Xiaoshui's eyes suddenly lit up, her face flushed with excitement, and her ears were extremely red. She was originally just trying her best in a desperate situation, but she never expected that she would make the right bet and gain huge profits. The sword-wielding personal maids following Gutn are all 1 in a million female geniuses with unlimited potential, and they are the harem reserves prepared by the Gu family for Gutn. Many of the maids were even from some powerful forces, and were far more powerful than the Lin family today. One can imagine how noble their status was by following Gutn. And by following Gutn, she is one step closer to her goal. After all, she is Lin Qingshui's biological sister. She looks very similar to her and has huge advantages that other maids cannot match. Thank you, brother-in-law. I will definitely do my job well. Lin Xiaoshui said the word job very hard, her face was rosy, and she looked excited as if she wanted to refuse. Lin Zhongshang on the side let out a sigh of relief when he saw this. He understood that his life and the survival of the Lin family were finally saved for the time being. But he never expected that all of this would be achieved through the little girl Lin Xiaoshui's risk-taking efforts. As for Lin Qingshui, his eldest daughter who valued and loved the most, the only thing he thought about from the beginning to the end was Yi Fan, that fool who came from nowhere, and had no regard for his father and the life and death of the Lin family. Lin Qingshui, look at the good things you have done. Lin Zhongshang pointed at his eldest daughter and scolded, why don't you thank Gutn for not killing you and not divorcing you directly? Seeing her father's eyes, Lin Qingshui said desperately, Father, don't you even believe me now? Everything I do is for the Lin family. For the Lin family. Lin Zhongshang sneered, it turns out I believed it too. But what I see now is that at this point, you still want to protect that fool at all costs, and you don't even care about my father having his arm cut off. Tell that fool that starting from today, the Lin family will no longer welcome him, and he will not be allowed to step into the Lin family's door. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Father, you can't treat Mark like this. Lin Qingshui didn't expect her father to be so heartless, and said in despair and pain, he also calls you foster father. I can't bear it, Lin Zhongshang said coldly, and then looked at Gutn anxiously, wondering whether his statement could be accepted by Gutn. He understood that it was now his turn to express his position. Gutn's eyes were cold, and he knew Lin Zhongshang's thoughts clearly, but it would be too naive for him to think that he could understand this matter. No wonder the Lin family, a super wealthy family that has been inherited for thousands of years, has declined to this point in his hands. Gutn glanced at the pale Lin Qingshui indifferently and said, you are not worthy of breaking off the engagement. As for when the engagement will be terminated, it depends on my mood, but this does not mean that I will not pursue the matter. From today on, I will let people declare that the human race, the Lin family, and the Gu family have nothing to do with each other until you personally cut off Yi Fan's head and send it to me. Quote, starting tomorrow, all the benefits, wealth, and resources that the Lin family has received from my GU family will be confiscated and frozen. The dignity of the GU family cannot be trampled on. GUTN, you are too vicious. If you can, please don't involve my family. Lin Qingshe shouted angrily, her face turned pale and without any blood. GUTN simply asked her to make a choice between her relatives and Mark. If you want to save the Lin family, you have to cut off Yi Fan's head with your own hands, otherwise you have to watch your loved ones suffer endless pain. Lin Zhongshang sat down directly on the ground, his whole body trembling slightly. All the property of the GU family has been frozen, and all resources have been confiscated and cannot be used. In particular, it has been declared that the human race, the Lin family, and the GU family have nothing to do with each other. This shows that no matter who suppresses the Lin family, the GU family will not pursue them. The Lin family has declined to this extent. Without the protection of the GU family, the Lin family will be cut into pieces by their former enemies. There are also those who want to please the GU family and GUTN, who will also pounce on the Lin family and show their favor to the GU family. And these are external reasons. If all property and resources are lost, the Lin family will be in chaos. Although the Lin family has declined, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. After nearly 1,000 years of inheritance, there are still more than 100,000 direct and collateral clan members, subordinates, guards, etc. Without wealth, how can we maintain the operation of such a large family? There may not even be any need for external forces to deal with it, as the internal forces will fall apart in an instant. He will become the sinner of the Lin family. Shaoshan, no, young master, no. Lin Zhongshang suddenly knelt down and kowtowed frantically. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with endless fear. He said, the Lin family cannot just fall into my hands like this. Please let the Lin family go. I swear to God, from today on, the Lin family will be your most loyal dogs, as long as you give the Lin family a bite to eat. GUTN's eyes were cold, and without even looking at the so-called father-in-law at his feet, he walked directly past Lin Qingshe, who was standing there blankly, and walked out of the hall. From today on, you are not allowed to step out of the Imperial capital without my permission. Otherwise, you know the consequences. GUTN's cold and ruthless words reached Lin Qingshui's ears, causing her whole body to tremble violently. Endless fear suddenly appeared in her eyes. She turned to the direction where GUTN left and yelled, GUTN, you vicious little, if you want me, Yi Fan, and the Lin family to kill each other, I will never let your conspiracy succeed. Chen Mengran glanced at Lin Qingshe coldly and said indifferently, this is the price you pay for betraying the young master. She didn't think the young master's methods were vicious, but she just felt that the young master had finally matured and began to know how to use the power he had from birth to achieve his own goals. This has always been something that the foster mother Chen Mengyan wanted to teach the young master, but could not. At this time, Lin Zhongshang suddenly seemed to have received a life-saving straw. He turned around and kowtowed to Chen Mengran, pleading, Miss Mengran, please help me. Your great kindness will never be appreciated by the Lin family. We'll forget. He knew that Chen Mengran was the person GUTN and Chen Mengyan trusted most now. He had a very high status in the GU family and could help him. Just a few days ago, in the eyes of the Lin family, Chen Mengran was just GUTN's dog who could be beaten and scolded at will. Now because of Lin Qingshui's sword, everything has changed. Chen Mengran said indifferently to Lin Zhongshang, if you want to be the most loyal dog, you don't say it with your mouth, but you do it with actual actions. After saying that, Chen Mengran quickly caught up with GUTN with the help of many sword-wielding maids. Lin Xiaoshui looked at Lin Qingshe with a cold face, her eyes full of resentment, and said, Lin Qingshe, look at the good deeds you have done and how much harm you have done to our family. Seeing your father kowtow to others like this, you look at your father when your sister puts on a show to please others, you feel better, right? Lin Qingshui's face turned pale, she kept shaking her head and said, Xiaoshui, please listen to my explanation, I didn't mean it this way, you. Lin Xiaoshui didn't give Lin Qingshe a chance to explain, and quickly followed Chen Mengran's footsteps, leaving only one sentence, young master has told you what to do. Whether you want to save the Lin family, save your father, save your sister, you can decide for yourself. Manage. She is not as stupid as Lin Qingshe, who cannot recognize the reality of the decline of the Lin family. Naturally, Lin Xiaoshui will not let go of this opportunity that she finally won for Gu Tian as a maid. If she could leave Gu Tian with a son and a half, she would not have to worry about anything in her life, and the Lin family would be able to ascend to heaven. Lin Qingshui's face was pale. Looking at Lin Zhongshang, who was kneeling on the ground and still kowtowing, especially the empty shoulder that was still bleeding, her heart hurt. She trembled and went up to help him, and said, "Father, get up quickly." She really couldn't figure out why things turned out like this. It was obvious that Gu Tian once loved her so much. Why did he force her and torture her like this now? Lin Zhongshang pushed Lin Qingshui away and said angrily, "Didn't you tell me that the Lin family would be safe and sound? Why did it become like this? Not only did you lie to me, my biological father, but you also harmed the entire Lin family." Lin Qingshui's eyes were filled with tears, and she said hoarsely, "It was Mark who told me that even if he kills Gu Tian, he guarantees that nothing will happen to the Lin family, and he will definitely save me. I don't know why things turned out like this, and Gu Tian survived. Everything would be different if he died. Go away." Lin Zhongshang was furious and said, "He is an idiot who can't protect himself. Why should he guarantee the Lin family? It doesn't matter whether Gu Tian dies now. What matters is that your biological father is going to die. There are people in the Lin family and outside will tear me into pieces. If you want to save your biological father, quickly lift Mark's head. Otherwise, I will pretend that I never gave birth to a daughter like you." Lin Zhongshang limped out of the hall, his strength still sealed, but a man in black came out, controlled him, and took him back to the Lin family. Lin Qingshui stood there blankly, her face pale. After a long time, she suddenly rushed out of the hall as if she was crazy. She was going to find Mark. Mark would have a way to solve all this. Mark had promised her. She couldn't watch the Lin family go to the abyss step by step, and watch her father and sister suffer all the humiliation. In the room, Mengran, you send trustworthy people to closely monitor the people below the extraordinary level of Jiyu Kuang, the great uncle of the Jiyu family. Gu Tian said coldly, with terrifying murderous intent flashing in his eyes. In the original work, Jiyu Wudao and Chen Mengyun were later killed, and the betrayal of Jiyu Kuang's family was indispensable. Jiyu Wudao is so powerful, and Chen Mengyun is the legitimate daughter of the 5 major families. Her strength and skills are unparalleled, and she has huge influence in the Blue Federation. Even if Yi Fan is the protagonist, it is impossible to kill them. But it was because of the internal strife in the Jiyu family that Jiyu Kuang's line turned against him and colluded with Yi Fan, which led to the deaths of Jiyu Wudao and Chen Mengyun. Jiyu Kuang, the great uncle of the Jiyu family, a super strong man from the generation of Grandpa Jiyu Wudao's grandfather, is now one of the heritage of the Jiyu family. Who would have thought that he would betray the Jiyu family, so even Chen Mengyun's tricks were not detected at all. Gu Tian even suspected that Jiyu Kuang's group had been secretly planning to break away from the control of the Jiyu family and establish their own business, but they never had the chance. The reason why he was easily assassinated by Lin Qingshui was probably related to Jiyu Wudao's lineage, and they were even colluding with Yi Fan now. You must know that he is the heir of the Jiyu family who declares the entire human race, and even the world, and represents the face of the younger generation of the Jiyu family. It is not just as simple as the protection of these sword-wielding maids on the surface, there must be many arrangements and protections covertly and covertly. But Lin Qingshui easily brought the sword stained with bloodthirsty soul grass into the Jiyu family, and then easily killed him with one sword without any obstruction. With Gu Tian's sense of smell as the godfather of the underworld, he would never think that everything is as simple as it seems on the surface. Jiyu Kuang, Yi Fan, Lin Qingshui. A cold light flashed in Gu Tian's eyes, and he would never allow anything to escape his control. Okay, young master. Chen Mengran immediately obeyed the order without any hesitation. She was only loyal to Gu Tian and Chen Mengyun. Even though Jiyu Kuang was a direct descendant of the Jiyu family and had a high status, it had nothing to do with her. Young master, Lin Xiaoshui requested to come in and sleep with you. Chen Mengran reported. She wants to sleep with you. Gu Tian smiled, with a cold light shining in his eyes, and naturally understood what Lin Xiaoshui was thinking, and said, Mengran, go and tell her that as long as she lifts Lin Qingshui's head with her own hands, I will fulfill all her wishes. Quote. By the way, tell her that only she can know all this by herself. She is not allowed to tell anyone, nor is she allowed to use external help. Doesn't Yi Fan like to sow discord? Let Lin Qingshui assassinate him, and cause internal strife in the Jiyu family. Then he would treat others in his own way. He was looking forward to how Lin Qingshui and Yi Fan would react when Lin Xiaoshui assassinated them. Chen Mengran was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and her body trembled slightly. She could naturally tell who Lin Xiaoshui was. With Lin Xiaoshui's temperament, even if the target is her biological sister, as long as the benefits are great enough, she might hesitate a little, but the possibility of rejection is extremely small. Let Lin Xiaoshui deal with Lin Qingshui, and then force Lin Qingshui to deal with Yi Fan. This move is simply unparalleled viciousness. It is simply unimaginable how Lin Qingshui would feel when she was stabbed in the back by her own sister. The young master wants to take revenge on Lin Qingshui viciously. If you can't live, can't you die? Chen Mengran recited this sentence silently in her heart. At that time, she thought it was just a sentence made by the young master in anger, but now it seems that it was not just words. And the young master is fully capable of doing all this. It turns out that this is the young master's real purpose of accepting Lin Xiaoshui as his personal maid. Even with Lin Xiaoshui's strength, if the assassination failed, the mental impact on Lin Qingshui would be unimaginable. Suddenly, Ji Yutian stretched out his hand, pulled Chen Mengran into his arms, stared at her charming face, her beautiful seductive eyes, breathed hotly into her ear and said, Mengran, you are the woman I trust most, they are just pawns. Chen Mengran was stunned, his face instantly became extremely rosy, and he was filled with endless emotions. He said emotionally, young master will always be the only sustenance of Mengran's heart in this life. She was just an ordinary maid of the Jiyu family. How could she be so virtuous and capable that she could be treated with such trust by Ji Yutian and her son? At this moment, she was even more devoted to Ji Yutian. Congratulations to the host. Chen Mengran, the daughter of destiny, has a deeper affection for you. Her loyalty has increased again and she will be rewarded with 10,000 destiny points. The cold mechanical voice of the system sounded again. Ji Yutian's lips curled up slightly, but he had no immediate plans to take Chen Mengran. After all, women were just tools for him to use. It would be less interesting to take Chen Mengran directly now. Only by staying close to each other can you maximize your destiny value. He still understands the Emperor's mind. I want to practice some cultivation and integrate the Supreme Demon Bone. Mengran, you go down first. Ji Yutian said calmly. After Chen Mengran went down and closed the door, he immediately brought up the system panel. Host, Ji Yutian. Realm, 9th level of divine power, 100,000 catties, the power of a heavenly dragon. Physique, Supreme Demon Bone, awakening level 10%, human emperor body, 1st level of entry. Skills, none. Weapon, Abyss demonic sword, seal. Destiny points, 53,000 points. The system mall has not been opened, extraordinary realm can be opened. Son of Luck, Lin Qingshui, progress 5%, Chen Mengran, progress 30%. Note, suppress luck to 100% to kill or become completely loyal. When he saw the power of 100,000 kilograms of heavenly dragons, Ji Yutian's lips curled up. He had read the original work and knew deeply what the concept of 100,000 kilograms of divine power was. After the spiritual energy was revived, thousands of clans ran rampant, and the Tianlong clan was the super powerful clan among the clans. They were famous for their physical strength and were almost invincible in the realm of divine power. The human race is born with a relatively weak physical body, so the power of the heavenly dragon is the standard for measuring the genius of the human race. The power of a Tianlong, if placed in the human race, would be a once-in-a-century genius. Even the protagonist Yi Fan, in the realm of divine power, only finally reached the level of the power of a dragon, so he chose to break through to the realm of Xuanchao. Even so, it shocked the entire imperial capital. Lin Qingshui, a prodigy claimed to be born once every 1,000 years by the Lin family, now only has the strength of 35,000 kilograms. But now, the human emperor body has just started to possess the power of a heavenly dragon, and the peak of the human emperor body can even possess the power of 10 heavenly dragons, which can conquer mountains. Yi Fan, you are a fool from a poor family, how can you fight with me? Gu Tian sneered and added all the destiny points obtained to the human emperor body. In an instant, a terrifying divinity began to rise and fall in the room, piercing the void, as if an ancient divine emperor was about to descend across time and space. The huge movement immediately attracted the attention of countless powerful people in the Gu family. The news that Gu Tian was still alive quickly spread throughout the upper-class families in the imperial capital. Outside the room, Lin Xiaoshui imitated Lin Qingshui's usual makeup and dressed up carefully, wearing a looming snow-white gauze. Originally, she was looking forward to what was about to happen, but when she learned Gu Tian's instructions from Chen Mengran, Lin Xiaoshui was stunned. You want me to assassinate my sister? Although Lin Xiaoshui has a more selfish nature, she is still a little girl who has just turned 18 years old. Faced with such a thing that violates human ethics, she cannot make an immediate decision. Chen Mengran said indifferently, your sister has now broken the young master's heart and made the young master completely disappointed in her, so this huge pie has fallen on your head. As long as you do it, from now on, you will be the young master's own. You should know how kind the young master is to his own people. How you do it depends on your next choice. Quote, Chen Mengran turned around and left, leaving Lin Xiaoshui standing there blankly. As time passed by, Lin Xiaoshui's eyes became more determined. Sister, it was you who first ignored me and the Lin family for your own selfishness. Lin Xiaoshui murmured to herself, but the depths of her beautiful eyes became increasingly cold, containing terrifying murderous intent. That's right, it's Lin Qingshui's fault. Everything she did was not only for herself, but also to save her father and save the Lin family from life and death. Lin Qingshui is also a bloodline of the Lin family. The Lin family has raised her for so many years. Now, using her head can bring peace to the whole family, so why not? It's time for Lin Qingshui to repay the family and help her, her biological sister, to move higher. Lin Xiaoshui was tempted. She had seen with her own eyes how kind Gu Tian was to Lin Qingshui, the so-called one of her own. She looks so similar to Lin Qingshui. As long as she is obedient, she may not be able to truly become Lin Qingshui's replacement and Gu Tian's true one. Night. Lin Qingshui arrived at the back hill of Imperial College, outside a secluded hut. Not far from the house, there was a shirtless man carrying a blue boulder the size of a small mountain peak and breathing continuously. He is none other than Yi Fan, the newly rising super genius of Imperial College, the adopted son of the Lin family's mistress, and Lin Qingshui's adopted brother. Yi Fan. Seeing the man, Lin Qingshui's eyes immediately turned red, filled with tears, and her voice was sad. Yi Fan immediately dropped the boulder in his hand, put on his clothes, and with a touch of determination on his ordinary face, strode towards Lin Qingshui, with a hint of distress in his eyes, and said, Qingshui, don't worry, you are in the Gu family, I know everything that happened. That guy Gu Tian is simply a beast worse than a beast. But don't worry, I have arranged everything. My adoptive father, Xiaoshui, and the Lin family will be safe soon, I promise you. Yi Fan's face was resolute, and his voice was full of strong self-confidence. But Lin Qingshui had some doubts in her eyes, wondering where Yi Fan's strong confidence came from. Yi Fan saw Lin Qingshui's doubts and smiled. Qingshui, come in with me. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Now it is time to let you know everything behind the scenes. Actually, the person who really wants Gu Tian to die is a super important person that you can't imagine. Gu Tian was lucky enough not to die this time because he was lucky, but next time he won't be so lucky. Yi Fan walked into the wooden house first, and Lin Qingshui followed him into the wooden house with full of doubts. At this time, Yi Fan and Lin Qingshui did not notice that several black shadows flashed in the shadow of the trees behind them. Early morning. Gu family. Young Master Qi, as expected, after Lin Qingshui left the Gu family last night, she immediately went to the back hill of Imperial College to meet with Yi Fan. Chen Mengran reported respectfully. Unexpectedly, Ji Yusheng also quietly appeared in the wooden house, discussing with Lin Qingshui and Yi Fan how to deal with the young master. Ji Yusheng, that's interesting. Gu Tian muttered to himself expressionlessly, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. As expected, Ji Kuang's great-uncle's lineage had long been colluding with Yi Fan, but because his predecessor died too quickly, no trace was exposed. You continue to talk about what they discussed, Gu Tian said calmly. Chen Mengran's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and his voice was full of anger. Ji Sheng and Lin Qingshe cheated, colluded with Yi Fan, and tried to use Yi Fan's name to suppress the young master's reputation in the Imperial College and humiliate the young master to the utmost, and even let the young master die on the stage. Young master, Meng Ran boldly suggests that you should not go to Imperial College recently. As long as you don't go to Imperial College, all their plans will not work on you. Ji Tian smiled slightly and said with cold eyes, Go, why don't you go? Even if they don't come to me, I will go to them. It's just Imperial College, they really think it's some kind of dragon pit or tiger's den. It seems that I did not die under this sword this time, which makes some people behind the scenes unable to sit still. After the spiritual energy was revived, Imperial College became the highest college in the human race, and all young geniuses were proud to be admitted to Imperial College. Because of their huge influence, major families cannot kill a genius openly. This is also the reason why Lin Qingshe reacted so hugely when Ji Tian wanted to send someone to assassinate Yi Fan. As the heir apparent to the Ji family, Ji Tian has a good reputation. If he is humiliated in Imperial College, the highest institution of the human race, and coupled with the huge influence of Ji Kuang's lineage in the Ji family, it will add fuel to the flames. It is not impossible to remove Ji Tian's position as heir, or even use force to make Ji Tian commit suicide due to humiliation. Yi Fan, it's ridiculous. I really think that with the power of a heavenly dragon, I can be invincible. A golden light flashed in Ji Tian's eyes, and there was an unparalleled terrifying power in the flash of skin. It seemed that there were 9. The clawed dragon is roaring. After spending all his destiny points, in one night, the first level of his human emperor body has entered the stage of completion, only one step away from perfection, and his power has reached the power of the 6 heavenly dragons. Looking at the level since the recovery of spiritual energy, the history of human race is only a handful. Does mother know? Ji Tian said calmly. Chen Mengran immediately said respectfully, Mistress has already learned everything, but she is at a critical moment of breakthrough. She asked her subordinates to tell the young master that you can boldly go ahead and kill if you want. She and Wudao family master will take care of everything, supporting you from behind. As long as they are here, no one can hurt you. Quote. The following are the original words of the mistress. Chen Mengran's expression became very solemn. Son, the Ji family is our Ji family. If there are some people who want to do evil, then kill them and turn the world upside down and bleed like rivers. Ji Kuang and his family are seeking death themselves, so let them die. Only power that is completely in the hands of our mother and son is necessary to exist. And the Imperial College, you can't kill Tianzhou students at will. It's just a joke. A little Yi Fan can be killed with a flip of his hand. Your father has millions of troops in his hands. Our family has nothing to fear. At worst, the Imperial College will be flattened. Rebuild an Imperial College. After the words fell, although Chen Mengyun was nowhere to be seen, an unparalleled domineering air came to his face, making people's hearts surge. Faintly, it seems that we can see a female hero who can move mountains and seas, turn clouds and rain with a single movement of her hands. She can make the entire human race tremble with a single move of her hands. The Lin family, a super wealthy family, had all fallen to this point in her hands. In her eyes, the little Imperial Academy and Ji Kuang's lineage were just little bugs who only dared to crawl around behind the scenes. In the original work, if her only biological son was not too cowardly, causing her to be in chaos, Chen Mengyun would not have been defeated so easily at the hands of Yi Fan and Ji Kuang. Tell mother, they are just some monsters and monsters, not worth mentioning. I can kill them with my hands, so that she can break through in seclusion with peace of mind, and add an invincible god to my Ji family. Ji Tian said with a slight smile, but his eyes twinkled with terrible murderous intent. His mother, Chen Mengyun, had said so, so what else could he have to think about? Just kill him and that would be the end of it. In 2 lifetimes, what he hates most is betrayal. Ji Kuang's lineage, those who eat inside and outside, collude with foreign enemies, deserve to die. In the original work, Chen Mengyan is not only ruthless and scheming, fearing countless people, but she is also extremely talented, no less talented than her father Ji Yu Wudao. But just because Ji Yu Tian was assassinated, she was in a state of chaos when she was in the process of breaking through seclusion. She failed to break through, her inner demons invaded, and her muscles and veins were severed. She was stuck in the invincible state for the rest of her life, unable to make any further progress. Otherwise, Ji Yu Wudao and Chen Mengyan are two super gods. Even if Ji Yu Kuang's lineage colludes with Yi Fan, they will not be able to make the slightest splash, and they will be beaten to death with a backhand. Ji Yu Tian even suspected that the reason why Ji Yu Kuang's family suddenly arranged for Lin Qingshe to assassinate him, and even now let Ji Yu Sheng appear in person at the risk of being exposed, was to suppress him and make Chen Mengyan confused, and it would be best to die in seclusion. Unfortunately, this time, you are not facing the coward of the original owner, but me. I just happened to have run out of destiny points, so go get some destiny points and use them. Ji Yu Tian sneered, stood up slowly, and walked towards the door. Mengran, let's go to Imperial College and see what tricks those clowns have prepared. Imperial College, in the competition arena square. Today is the day when the annual Academy's Mountain and River rankings and Earth rankings are finalized. All students on the list must arrive today to accept the challenge from students of the same level in the entire Academy. If they fail to do so, they will be deemed to have automatically given up their ranking on the list and all corresponding benefits. This is also to prevent some students on the top of the local rankings from finding various reasons to avoid fighting after being on the rankings. This day is also one of the busiest days in the Academy. A large number of Dark Horse students who have been hiding for a year will shine brightly on this day and plunder endless luck. The crowds are surging and the atmosphere is warm. From time to time, Dark Horse students appear to compete with the members on the list. They become famous in one battle and have unlimited glory, winning endless applause from the students. Suddenly, a low, thunderous voice echoed throughout the audience. I, Yi Fan, ranked 25th on the Mountain and River ranking, challenge Ouyang Wushuang, number 1 on the Mountain and River land ranking. Boom. A figure in white clothes with determined eyes stepped into the arena that ranked first in the Mountain and River rankings, and issued a challenge to a mighty man on the opposite side. This person is none other than Yi Fan. Suddenly, the whole place was in an uproar. I remember that Yi Fan had just succeeded in challenging the 25th position on the Earth ranking. It's only been a month, are you so eager to get to the top of the world rankings? Although Ouyang Wushuang comes from one of the 5 founding families, he is not a flower vase. He has 99,000 kilograms of strength. He is only one step away from the power of the divine beast and dragon. He is truly a peerless genius. It has only been less than a year since Yi Fan entered Imperial College. He has climbed onto the list quickly enough to rank among the top 10 in the college's history. Is he trying to break the Academy record? Grandstanding. In an instant, the scene was in an uproar. Yi Fan, I admit that you are very talented and very powerful, but if you want to challenge me now, you are still a little behind. Ouyang Wushuang looked majestic, but had an elegant temperament, and said with a smile. Stop talking nonsense. The family that has a good relationship with the Ji Yu family and the children of the family are not good people. Yi Fan didn't give any face. His face was cold. He scolded coldly. He raised his index finger arrogantly, and gave Ouyang Wushuang a frivolous and arrogant hook. I want the world to know that you so-called super-rich people are just a bunch of idiots who can only bully others. The Ouyang family's super genius can defeat you with one move. In an instant, upon hearing this, the students below the stage were stunned. Yi Fan was too crazy. But they also know that these days, the Ji Yu family has suddenly suppressed the Lin family to the extreme. The Ouyang family has a very good relationship with the Ji Yu family, or Ji Yu Wudao. Is Yi Fan going to pour out his anger against Ji Yu Tian on Ouyang Wushuang first? Yi Fan, you are too arrogant. No matter how good-hearted Ouyang Wushuang was, he was angered by Mark's arrogant attitude. You want to use me as a target to vent your anger and a stepping stone to warn the Ji Yu family. You are not worthy. Ouyang Wushuang shouted angrily. His black hair was dancing, and he took one step, like a giant elephant running, and the clouds of sand and stone rushed towards him madly. The whole arena was shaking, and the power was incredible. The students below were all gasping for air conditioning. This kind of weather was so terrifying, it was not far from the legendary celestial dragon. It is simply unimaginable that this is the kind of movement a student in the divine power realm can cause. No wonder it has been able to stand on the mountain and river rankings for 2 years, and no one can shake it in the slightest. Yi Fan's eyes were firm, he smiled contemptuously, and said, the so-called number 1 in the mountains and rivers list only has this kind of strength. It's really disappointing. Boom. Suddenly, Yi Fan moved, with just a slap, the terrible force seemed to explode the space, and then he heard a miserable scream. Ouyang Wushwang, who was running wildly, just hit him head-on, and all the bones in his arm were broken. It was cracked and filled with blood. What kind of super genius from a big family is just a bunch of losers who only know how to bully others? Yi Fan shouted, with astonishing momentum and unparalleled arrogance. Puff! Yi Fan took advantage of the situation and raised his foot and stepped heavily on Ouyang Wushwang's lower abdomen, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. His bones were broken to an unknown extent, and he suddenly flew down the ring and hit the floor hard. The sky was filled with blood mist, and the smell of blood hit his nostrils. Ouyang Wushwang lay on the ground, his eyes wide open and full of resentment, but he could not struggle to get up for a long time, lying in a pool of blood. The entire audience was suffocated. Yi Fan's terrifying strength exceeded everyone's expectations, and he actually killed Ouyang Wushwang, who was number 1 on the ground rankings. Yi Fan must have the power of the divine beast Tianlong, otherwise it would be impossible to crush Ouyang Wushwang directly. Less than a year after entering the academy, he ranks first in the mountain, river and land rankings, and has at least the power of a heavenly dragon. What level of monster is this? Since the spiritual energy was revived, there haven't been many monsters of this level, right? Under the arena, many students were trembling with shock, and even the eyes of the Xuanchao stage students in the direction of Shan Tianbang were attracted. The monsters on the mountains and rivers ranking can be regarded as reserves for the members of the heavenly ranking. As for the top 1 on the mountain and river ranking, as expected, they are basically scheduled to be in the top 10 on the heavenly ranking in the future, let alone a monster student like Yi Fan who only appears in hundreds of years. Yi Fan, you will pay the price for humiliating me like this. Ouyang Wushwang shouted in a stern voice, his eyes filled with resentment. He understood that he was regarded by Mark as a stepping stone to fame. He had countless broken bones all over his body, his internal organs were severely damaged, and his right arm was shattered and fractured. It would be difficult for him to continue to break through for more than half a year. Such a long time is simply fatal to a genius like him who is in the stage of brave advancement. In general martial arts challenges, although there is no prohibition against ruthless attacks, they are generally shown to be merciful in order to avoid a life or death feud. It was obviously because of the relationship between the Ouyang family and the Jiyu family that he endured Mark's anger for Jiyu Tian. Cost. At what cost would you let your family or the Jiyu family use their power to suppress me, or let a super powerful person assassinate me? Yi Fan's eyes were firm and he said loudly, you rich families, including the Jiyu family, only know these dirty tricks. But I, Mark, tell you, I am not afraid. I believe that there is still a bright future in this human race, which can allow children from poor families like us to develop normally. As soon as Yi Fan's words came out, they immediately resonated with a wide range of students. After all, there are very few people who come from rich families. I, Yi Fan, am upright, and I am never afraid of any dirty tricks. Yi Fan shouted, took a step forward, and shouted angrily at all the students. The Jiyu family bullies others and keeps suppressing my adoptive mother's family, the Lynn family, for no reason. Jiyu Tian even injured my sister Lin Qingshe. Others are afraid of the Jiyu family and Jiyu Tian, but I, Yi Fan, am not afraid. Today, I, Yi Fan, am ranked first on the mountain and river rankings, and I am standing here waiting for his Jiyu family to come and kill me. But I just want to ask Jiyu Tian in public, as the heir of the Jiyu family, do you just hide in the family and bully women under your wings? If you dare to fight me head-on, I will give you 2 feet and 1 hand. Quote. Chapter 11. Jiyu Tian, you suppressed the Lin family and insulted my sworn sister Lin Qingshe, but you dare to fight me head-on. Yi Fan's voice was loud and full of arrogance, like thunder, resounding for miles around the competition stage, and countless students heard his words. Countless students almost suffocated. Yi Fan did this premeditatedly. He went for Ji Yutian from the beginning. First hit Ouyang Wushwang hard and make yourself famous, and then challenge Ji Yutian. If Ji Yutian does not dare to challenge, the Ouyang family will be disappointed with the Ji Yu family, and the Ji Yu family will also be dissatisfied with Ji Yutian's cowardice. But Ji Yutian has only entered the Imperial Academy for less than a year, and he has not even made it to the top rankings. The supreme demonic bone will not start to show its power until the Xuanchao stage, so what can he use to fight Yi Fan? Even if Yi Fan lets Ji Yutian use his hands and feet, there is no way he can be his opponent. Some students shook their heads and analyzed, Yi Fan's move is really vicious. Immediately, a large number of students who sympathized with Yi Fan retorted, Ji Yutian, as the heir to a wealthy family, has been born to enjoy countless resources that ordinary people cannot obtain in their lifetime. He should be better than ordinary people. If you can't beat him, just give up and call him daddy. How can he be called vicious? A heated argument began over the matter between Yi Fan and Ji Yutian, but the voice sympathetic to Yi Fan clearly had the upper hand. This is in the Imperial College, and many students are not afraid of being settled by the Ji Yu family's descendants, and they speak unscrupulously. As for Yi Fan's challenge to Ji Yutian, it spread to the entire academy and even the entire imperial capital at a terrifying speed. Qingshe. At this time, there was a touch of tenderness in Yi Fan's firm eyes. He looked at a beautiful woman wearing a snow-white dress under the ring and said softly, as long as I am here, no one can bully you. Not even Ji Yutian. Not even the Ji Yu family. Suddenly, the eyes of countless students focused on Lin Qingshe, full of envy. Yi Fan is so outstanding and gentle, ranking first on the Earth rankings, with unlimited future. To be favored by such a man, many women can only dream of it. Lin Qingshui's eyes were slightly red, and she looked at Mark, her eyes full of emotion, but she did not dare to respond aloud for a long time. Because she knew that Ji Yutian's people had been paying attention to this place. Now that her sister, father, and even the entire Lin family are still in the hands of the Ji Yu family, she doesn't dare to talk nonsense. She was also deeply conflicted in her heart, whether she should tell Yi Fan that Ji Yutian asked her to cut off Yi Fan's head. Lin Qingshe was extremely troubled. Which is more important, family or Mark? Although Yi Fan is good enough now, he is still too young after all. Can he really save all the Lin family from Ji Yutian? Isn't Lin Qingshe Ji Yutian's fiancé? This is blatantly cuckolding him. Suddenly, a student muttered in a low voice. Yi Fan's face suddenly darkened, and he glanced coldly at the student who made the noise, his eyes filled with murderous intent, which made him turn pale with fright. The fact that Lin Qingshe had to become Ji Yutian's fiancé in order to protect the Lin family has always been the biggest pain in Yi Fan's heart. He had always regarded Lin Qingshe as his forbidden love and thought that Ji Yutian had cuckolded her. The reason why he showed tenderness to Lin Qingshe in public was because he wanted to tell Ji Yutian that even if Lin Qingshe was your fiancé in name, Lin Qingshe would always be his Yi Fan's woman. The reason why Qingshe became Ji Yutian's fiancé was because Ji Yutian used his power to force her and threatened the lives of the Lin family, so Qingshe had no choice but to do it. Yi Fan's voice was low, filled with anger. But from today on, I will never allow anyone to bully Qingshe. Ji Yutian, neither can. Yi Fan looked at Lin Qingshe with gentle eyes and said, Qingshe, don't be afraid, stand by my side. From today on, I will protect you. So what about the Ji Yu family? He has nothing to fear, not to mention there is no one to support him behind his back. What he needs to do is to suppress Ji Yutian infinitely, or even kill him. The rest will naturally be solved by the people behind him. Challenging Ji Yutian and asking his fiancée Lin Qingshe to stand by his side is the first step. There was an uproar in the venue, and a large number of students turned pale with fright. This is a blatant cuckolding of the Ji Yu family's heir, and a slap in the Ji Yu family's face. Yi Fan is crazy. If Lin Qingshe responded, the Ji Yu family would go crazy. It was such a shame and humiliation. If Ji Yutian didn't dare to respond at all, he might as well just hit him to death. Moreover, it was definitely not his turn to take the position of heir to the Ji Yu family. In an instant, countless eyes focused on Lin Qingshe. If Lin Qingshe were to give some response, then the matter would really be serious. Lin Qingshui's face suddenly turned pale and bloodless. She never expected that Mark would force her to make a choice in public. Yi Fan didn't say that to him beforehand, he just said that he wanted to challenge Ji Tian and force him to let go of the Ji family. At this time, Lin Qingshe suddenly thought of something. She was at the scene now. Even if she didn't speak, she was acquiescing to Mark's words and adding green to Ji Tian's head. If it were before, that would be fine. Ji Tian doted on her infinitely. But now, with Ji Tian's cruel and ruthless temper, who knows what his reaction will be? Not to mention, there are so many people in the venue now. An ant that doesn't know whether to live or die. At this moment, a calm but cold voice suddenly drowned out all the noise and resounded throughout the entire place. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, waves of terrifying sword intent spread out, causing the crowd to automatically move out of the way. A man in black walked in front, followed by nearly 30 beautiful and charming maids holding swords. The charming Chen Mengran and Lin Xiaoshui followed Ji Tian and walked into the arena step by step. Ji Tian. Lin Qingshui's face instantly turned extremely pale. For some reason, the moment she saw Ji Tian, she felt her whole body tremble slightly with fear. After meeting Yi Fan and Ji Shang, the infinite fear that had been calmed down arose again. She would never forget Ji Tian's cold and ruthless eyes and cruel methods for the rest of her life. How dare Ji Tian come to the academy? Many students were a little dazed, staring blankly at Ji Tian's slender figure in black, feeling an aloof and violent aura rushing towards them. But didn't the Ji family say that only after Ji Tian broke through the mysterious aperture stage and awakened the supreme demonic bones would he enter the Imperial College to compete with the geniuses of his generation? Moreover, guards and maids are not allowed to enter Imperial College. Ji Tian dared to openly bring so many maids in and trample on the rules of the academy. It was simply not an ordinary lawlessness. Could it be that Ji Tian learned the news about Yi Fan's challenge to him so quickly and ran over to challenge him? Then there is really something good to watch today. With Yi Fan's strength and his ruthlessness in attacking Liang Wushuang, it is difficult to predict Ji Tian's end. Ji Tian glanced at Yi Fan in the ring, a cold light flashed in his eyes, then turned to Lin Qingshe and said, "Come here." Although his voice was soft, it contained an unquestionable domineering and majestic tone. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Qingshe trembled with fear and subconsciously took a step towards Ji Tian. She really didn't want to see the scene where her father's arm was chopped off reappear. "Qingshe, don't go there, he can't hurt you." Yi Fan shouted low, glared at Ji Tian, and said, "Ji Tian, as long as I'm here, you can't even think of threatening Qingshe." Ji Tian glanced at Yi Fan indifferently and said, "Only you are worthy." He was not in a hurry to attack Mark personally. He wanted to let Yi Fan taste endless pain first, and then defeat him personally. Yi Fan was directly irritated by Ji Tian's lofty and contemptuous look. Why should he look down on him? He growled, "Ji Tian, you've arrived just in time. You humiliated Qingshe, suppressed the Lin family, imprisoned my adoptive father, and blocked the Lin family's resources, causing the Lin family to fall into chaos. Today, I, Yi Fan, as the adopted son of the Lin family and the #1 in the Academy's mountain and river rankings, invite you to fight. Do you dare to accept the challenge? I will give you 1 hand and 2 feet. If you lose, immediately kneel down and apologize to Qingshe, and stop all persecution of the Lin family." When Ji Tian heard this, his eyes remained indifferent, and he didn't even look at Mark. He said calmly, "Don't worry, I will deal with some disgusting household chores first, and then I will deal with you, this jumping ant." At this moment, the cold and mechanical sound of the system suddenly sounded in his ears. The 3rd son of Luck is scanned. He has destiny. He can be suppressed and the destiny points obtained will be doubled. The current suppression progress is 0%. The corners of Ji Tian's lips curled up slightly. He was worthy of being the protagonist. Even though he was the same child of fate as Chen Mengran and Lin Qingshe, he was blessed with destiny and could obtain far more destiny points than the 2 of them. This trip was indeed the right one. At this time, Lin Xiaoshui's heart moved and she immediately realized that this was the best time to express her stance to please Ji Tian. She immediately stood up with an angry face and angrily yelled at Yi Fan. Yi Fan, don't go out in the name of my Lin family. You are lying. My father has already said personally that you are no longer a member of my Lin family and will stop all supply of resources to you. And don't look down on the big family one by one. Over the years, you have obtained so many resources through the Lin family, and you even obtained so many precious treasures from my brother-in-law Jiyu Tian with the help of my sister. Most of the reason why you have reached this point is through my sister, who obtained countless resources from the Jiyu family. You really think that no one knows about the disgusting things you do? My sister was fooled by you, but I am not stupid. Quote. As soon as he said these words, the whole place was in an uproar. There was such a deep inside story behind this matter. Yi Fan has been relying on Lin Qingshe to defraud Jiyu Tian of cultivation resources, natural materials and earthly treasures. It's just a matter of cheating on resources, but now he even wants to take away his fiancée. This is too disgusting. Yi Fan just told Jiyu Tian how to bully Lin Qingshe. How could Mark have the nerve to say such things? Lin Qingshui's behavior is too mean. Jiyu Tian is so kind to her, yet she actually does so many disgusting things in private. Even my own sister can't stand it. Xiaoshui, you. Lin Qingshui's eyes were filled with despair, and she felt as if she was being stabbed from behind by a relative. The endless pain and desolation almost overwhelmed her. All she did was to protect the Lin family, her sister and her father. Why didn't everyone understand her? Congratulations to the host. Lin Qingshe, the daughter of fate, has been severely suppressed and has obtained a destiny of 6,000. The cold and mechanical prompt of the system immediately sounded in Jiyu Tian's ears. Jiyu Tian's lips curled up, his eyes were cold and tyrannical. This is just the beginning. Yi Fan and those behind the scenes wanted to plot against him. But he didn't want to use this matter to find them all. By the way, brush your destiny points to improve your strength. Striving for power is important because that means status and resources, and power. But Jiyu Tian will never forget that fighting for power is just a process of obtaining resources, and the biggest goal is always one's own strength. In this world, strength is always respected. In order to cope with the invasion of all races, the human race has given countless privileges to young geniuses. Why Yi Fan can be so arrogant? The biggest reliance is not only on his talent and strength. He can get the attention of many powerful people wherever he goes. Now he ranks first in the ranking of mountains and rivers, and he can even get the protection of Imperial College. In this world, strength and talent always come first. Lin Xiaoshui was very good. He took the initiative to step forward without any hint, which saved him a lot of saliva and energy. It seems that this woman needs to be cultivated more in the future. Xiaoshui, do you know what you are talking about? Yi Fan shouted angrily, almost going crazy with anger. He had taken countless resources from the Lin family and the Jiyu family, but he believed that he deserved them and got them based on his strength and talent. Why should he call his behavior disgusting? Are you going to betray me, betray your sister, betray the Lin family? Yi Fan reprimanded angrily. Lin Xiaoshui didn't give any face at all, and angrily said, my surname is Lin, or your surname is Lin, you are just a fool brought back by my mother, you don't even know where your roots are, and you are worthy of representing the Lin family. My father has already expelled you, a idiot, from the Lin family. Don't expect any help from my Lin family in the future. Quote. Many colleges were amazed when they heard this, and they just expelled the Lin family. But this one is an idiot, and the person opposite you is number one in the rankings of mountains and rivers, a genius with unlimited potential. Lin Xiaoshui, are you looking for death? Yi Fan was completely angered, his eyes filled with murderous intent. What he hated most was for others to call him a fool. He had worked hard for so many years just to tell everyone. He, Yi Fan, does not need to rely on anyone, he can be self-reliant and win all respect for himself. The true colors have been revealed. Lin Xiaoshui sneered, with Jiyu Tian by her side. She was not afraid at all, turned around and said to Lin Qingshe, Sister, now you can see who Mark Yi Fan is, he is just a white-eyed wolf, even I want to kill him. It was not without reason that his father chose to expel him from the Lin family. Quote. Lin Qingshui's face was pale, and her eyes were full of powerlessness. She looked at Yi Fan and said, Xiaoshui is still young and not sensible. You can't even care about her. She was not a fool, and she could feel that she was actually being used as a pawn in Mark's scheme. But Yi Fan probably didn't expect that Ji Yutian would suddenly come to Imperial College, making him unable to control the situation. Did my adoptive father really expel me from the Lin family? Yi Fan's face was extremely gloomy. Lin Qingshe smiled bitterly and nodded, saying, Yi Fan, Dad had no choice but to do it. Yi Fan's face was extremely ugly, with bloodshot eyes filling the air. With a strong sense of self-esteem, he felt hugely humiliated and growled, that short-sighted old man Lin Zhongshang will definitely regret it. As soon as she heard this, Lin Qingshe trembled all over and looked at Mark in disbelief. She never expected that Mark would say such a thing. Lin Zhongshang is her biological father no matter what, and he has helped Yi Fan more than once. But just because of such a small thing, Yi Fan actually angrily scolded Lin Zhongshang, who had helped him, for being short-sighted. Is your face so important? Congratulations to the host. Yi Fan, the son of destiny, has a frustrated mentality. The reward is 10,000 destiny points. Suddenly, the system voice sounded in Ji Yutian's ears. At this time, Yi Fan suddenly glared at Lin Qingshe, gritted his teeth and said, Qingshe, are you going to betray me now and side with Ji Yutian? The situation has reached this stage, and he can no longer step down, but as long as Lin Qingshe still firmly chooses him, Ji Yutian's conspiracy will not succeed. Don't forget, everything I did today was for you. In order to save the Lin family, you must believe in me. Yi Fan stared into Lin Qingshui's eyes, convinced that she would make the most correct choice. After all, for her own sake, Lin Qingshe even risked her life to assassinate Ji Yutian. Yi Fan, Lin Qingshe was almost suffocated, in a dilemma, and faced tremendous pressure. She didn't expect that Mark would force her like this, without caring about her situation. Lin Qingshe turned around and saw Lin Xiaoshui looking at her with angry eyes, and Ji Yutian with an expressionless face. But it was this indifference and seemingly controlling attitude that put a huge pressure on Lin Qingshe. If it were before, Ji Yutian would definitely consider her difficulties and quit on his own initiative. But now, if she dared to go to Mark, what would happen to the Lin family, her father, and her little sister? Lin Qingshe, what are you still hesitating about? Are you satisfied that you want me and my father to die in front of you and the Lin family to bleed like a river? Lin Xiaoshui shouted angrily. As soon as these words came out, they immediately became the last straw for Lin Qing. She never wanted to see that scene happen again. Lin Qingshui's eyes were sad, and she walked towards Ji Yutian step by step, finally stopping in front of Ji Yutian, and begged in a low voice, I really didn't know that this kind of thing would happen today. I just want to save the Lin family, I don't want to betray you. Quote. At this moment, Yi Fan on the side was almost crazy, his eyes were bloodshot, and his whole body was shaking violently. He felt that everything he did had become a big joke. He kept saying that he wanted to protect Lin Qingshe, but after Ji Yutian arrived, without even saying a few words, Lin Qingshe did not dare to resist at all, and obediently walked up to Ji Yutian to admit her mistake. All of this was a slap in his face. Then what's the point of all his actions today? Are they serving as a stepping stone for Ji Yutian and a supporting role as a clown? Kneel down. Ji Yutian uttered 2 words coldly, with violence in his eyes. I really thought of him as the licking dog of the original owner, but he actually dared to hook up with Mark in public, I simply didn't know whether to live or die. No matter what his purpose is, he will never allow a little green on his head. Lin Qingshe trembled, and she saw a strong threat in Ji Yutian's eyes. Ji Yutian really didn't care about her own feelings. If she dared to refuse, the Lin family would immediately bleed into a river, and Lin Zhongshang and Lin Xiaoshui would die immediately. Boom. Lin Qingshe did not dare to resist, so she knelt down and begged, Ji Yutian, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Please don't anger my family. The arrogance and strength she used to have when facing Ji Yutian completely disappeared at this moment. Congratulations to the host, you successfully suppressed the Daughter of Luck and gained 10,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host, for dealing a major blow to Yi Fan, the Son of Destiny, and gaining 20,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host, Yi Fan, the son of destiny, has a broken mentality and received 15,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host, the son of destiny. As Lin Qingshe came and knelt down, the sound of system prompts began to ring in her ears continuously. Ji Yutian's mouth curled up slightly and he smiled brightly. As expected, Lin Qingshui's status in Yi Fan's heart is also very high, and she is indeed one of the most important heroines in the original work. In the original work, Yi Fan has been using Lin Qingshe to attack the Ji Yu family. This time, he lets Yi Fan have a taste of what it feels like to be betrayed by the woman he loves most. Snapped. At this moment, Lin Xiaoshui, who couldn't wait to show off in front of Ji Yutian, walked up directly, slapped her sister twice, and said angrily, "You came to stay with Mark again, you forgot your father, why are you missing your hands? Are you happy if you really have to force us all to death?" Lin Qingshui's face was pale, and the pain in her heart was more severe than the pain on her face. Why does everything turn out like this? In the past, Lin Xiaoshui was the sister who listened to her the most and respected her the most. Now, in order to please Ji Yutian, he slapped her in public. Is it because of Yi Fan or because of Ji Yutian? I'll kill you. Suddenly, a roar filled with rage suddenly exploded above the arena square. Boom! Yi Fan moved, his eyes were full of bloodshot eyes, and he suddenly shot out towards Lin Xiaoshui, his eyes filled with hatred. It was all because of this idiot that his plan to suppress Ji Yutian's reputation was ruined. If she hadn't spoken out repeatedly, how could Lin Qingshe resist him? Instead, she knelt in front of Ji Yutian, making him lose face and completely unable to step down. But without Lin Qingshui's control, will those who want to deal with Ji Yutian behind the scenes still value him so much? As for the maid Ji Yutian brought, he didn't care at all. The strength of those maids was terrifying, but this was Imperial College, and he didn't take action against Ji Yutian. If they dared to take action, there would naturally be strong men in Imperial College who would deal with them. Not to mention, Ji Yutian, who is so small, can kill with his backhand. As the number one person on the mountain and river list, if she kills an ordinary woman, no one can help her stand out. You deserve to die. Yi Fan's eyes were full of terrifying murderous intent, and he punched out with a sonic boom, making Lin Xiaoshui's face turn pale instantly, and she didn't even have time to react. Yi Fan's strength is too terrifying. He has the power of a dragon in the divine power realm and is almost invincible. Faintly, there was even a dragon's roar echoing, which was breathtaking. Is this the terrifying strength of possessing the power of a heavenly dragon? Some students in the mysterious aperture realm are not so terrifying. Many students on the side were horrified to death. Ouyang Wushuang, who was lying in a pool of blood, turned pale. Yi Fan probably didn't even use half of his strength when he attacked him just now. At least from this blow, he had no chance of surviving. Yi Fan, stop, she is my sister. Lin Qingshe screamed, her beautiful eyes filled with fear. She never expected that the man she once trusted the most would kill her own sister in front of her. Suddenly, a cold and domineering voice suddenly sounded. Clown, who gave you the courage to do something in front of me? The next second, a figure dressed in black suddenly appeared in front of Lin Xiaoshui. Golden light flowed from his body, and his eyes were filled with magic mist. It seemed that countless ancient demon gods were roaring in it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The airflow surged, and there was an explosion in the air. Lin Xiaoshui's head was about to explode with a slap from Mark. In the flash of lightning, Ji Yutian's tall figure suddenly appeared in front, with a dazzling golden light, like the arrival of the god of war. When he raised his hand, he slapped Yi Fan head on. Boom! The low sound was like a muffled drum exploding, as if two ancient heavenly dragons collided violently, making a terrible collision sound, and a golden light flashed. Yi Fan groaned and let out a low cry of pain. He felt his arm hit a giant steel mountain. The pain was so severe that he flew back more than 10 meters in the air before landing on the ground. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. With this collision, he was completely at a disadvantage. Hiss! In an instant, there was a sound of students gasping for air. It is simply unbelievable that Ji Yutian's strength has reached such a level. Yi Fan probably has the power of a heavenly dragon, which is not even Ji Yutian's opponent. Could it be that Ji Yutian, who has always been inconspicuous and does not even rank on the local rankings, is the most powerful student in this class. How terrifying is Gu Tian's strength? As expected of the young master of the top super wealthy Gu family, born with the supreme demon bone, it seems that there is a reason why he was listed as the heir of the Gu family in advance. Is it possible that Mark is careless? When the surrounding students witnessed this scene, they were so shocked that they almost went crazy. Yi Fan had just crushed the number 1 Yang Wushwang and killed him instantly. But under Gu Tian's hands, he was at an absolute disadvantage visibly. How could Gu Tian hide so deeply? Yang Wushwang just struggled up from the ground and looked at the indifferent Gu Tian with horrified eyes, as if looking up at a god and demon. As the person who once ranked first in the mountain and river rankings, he had just fought against Yi Fan, and he knew very well how terrifying Yi Fan's strength was. It could be said that he was not inferior to the real Tianlong. But Gu Tian is probably not weaker than Yi Fan at least. Is this guy hiding so deeply? The Yang family and the Gu family have a very good relationship. Yang Wushwang is one of the contemporary super talents of the Yang family, so he naturally knows Gu Tian. However, he has always disliked Gu Tian very much, thinking that he was too soft-hearted and too weak. If he didn't have the supreme demonic bone in mind, and his parents were all powerful figures, and his background was too good, he would not be worthy of being compared with himself. In fact, it is not just him, this is also the view of the entire Yang family. They believe that the Gu family's generation is too weak and is far inferior to Gu Wudao's generation. But at this moment, Gu Tian completely changed Yang Wushwang's view. A genius with the supreme demonic bone in mind can possess such terrifying strength in the realm of divine power, or at least the power of a heavenly dragon. What terrifying talents he will possess after breaking through the mysterious aperture stage and activating the supreme demonic bone. It seems that we need to report it to the clan and re-examine our relationship with the Gu family. Yang Wushwang said silently in his heart. In this world, strength is respected, and the younger generation represents a family's future potential. The performance of the previous heir Gu Tian was so poor that many wealthy families, including the Yang family, were not optimistic about the future of the Gu family. But Gu Tian's performance at this time completely refreshed his point of view. Gu Tian glanced at Yang Wushwang indifferently and curled the corner of his mouth slightly. Yang Wushwang was the only person in the field besides Yi Fan who deserved his attention. The second son of the Yang family, one of the biggest supporting characters in the original book, has a very good relationship with Yi Fan. They have been friends and foes throughout their lives, and they have grown up through mutual arguments. He is extremely popular in the original book and is known as the unparalleled god. In particular, his biological sister Yang Xian will soon be privately engaged to Yi Fan for life, and will later become a super god of the human race. This also led to the Yang family completely abandoning the Gu family and siding with Yi Fan when Yi Fan grew up. But in the original work, he was not regarded as a stepping stone by Yi Fan at this time, and he would soon receive the inheritance of an ancient human god emperor and become one of the top geniuses of the human race. However, it seems that due to the butterfly effect caused by his rebirth, Yang Wushwang is now pressed to the ground and rubbed hard by Yi Fan as a background board. But now that he has been reborn, everything must not happen again. The Yang family is one of the families left behind by the 5 founders of the Blue Federation of the human race. It has a profound heritage and a huge influence on the human race. Naturally, he cannot let Yi Fan get the support of the Yang family and leave the Gu family's camp. The reason why he had ignored Yang Wushwang since he arrived was because he knew that everyone in the Yang family had always looked down on the original owner. Before changing the fixed impression left by the original owner on them, taking the initiative to stick to him will only make Yang Wushwang look down on him even more. Moreover, Yang Wushwang had a huge influence on his sister Yang Xian. If you want to win over such an arrogant genius, you must first severely attack his arrogance. You are so weak that you dare to challenge me. Who gave you the courage? Gu Tian looked down at Yi Fan with his hands behind his back, his voice indifferent. Yang Wushwang on the side smiled bitterly when he heard this. Is Yi Fan weak? One blow crushed him and seriously injured him. If Yi Fan is called weak, then who do you think he is? Waste. Gu Tian scolded himself as well. Yi Fan's face turned green and white for a while, and he felt that he was losing all face. He couldn't help but turn his head and look behind him. Those guys like Ji Yusheng must also be watching his performance. Now that he was crushed by Ji Yutian, would those guys think that he was worthless and just give him up? This is what Yi Fan fears most. Because he knew that his greatest value was that Lin Qingshe obeyed him and could use his own strength to continuously suppress Ji Yutian and even kill him. If he no longer has this value, Yi Fan couldn't imagine the consequences. He himself was no match for the Ji Yu family now. The Ji Yu family could crush him to death with one finger. What should I do? Yi Fan's face was gloomy and pale, and he stared at Ji Yutian with his eyes low, and said, "Don't be arrogant, I was just careless just now." Ji Yutian smiled coldly and was noncommittal. If he hadn't wanted to brush up a wave of destiny points first to maximize the benefits, he could have directly destroyed Yi Fan with that blow just now. At this time, Lin Xiaoshui's face was pale and she was in shock. She never expected that Mark would be so unscrupulous and dare to kill her in public. Especially in front of Lin Qingshe and Ji Yutian. After coming back to her senses, Lin Xiaoshui's eyes quickly filled with resentment, and she first shouted angrily at Yi Fan. "Yi Fan, you lunatic, you want to climb up to my Lin family just because of your low status, your dream." Immediately afterwards, Lin Xiaoshui looked at Ji Yutian with eyes full of emotion, as if she wished she could immediately pledge herself to him, and said softly, "Xiaoshui, thank you young master for saving your life." Ji Yutian is a real man, with an extraordinary background, outstanding appearance, unparalleled talent, and a kind heart. That's right, in Lin Xiaoshui's eyes, Ji Yutian was a kind-hearted and gentle person. It was just that he was deeply wounded by his sister Lin Qingshui's assassination, so his temperament changed drastically. Otherwise, Ji Yutian would not have gone against his mother Chen Mengyan's wishes, got engaged to Lin Qingshe, and forcibly saved the Lin family. Lin Xiaoshui firmly believed that as long as she made Ji Yutian feel that he could trust her and even fall in love with her, he would return to the gentle and kind person he once was and even obey her words. By then, the Lin family will be able to completely turn the corner. Lin Xiaoshui looked at the pale-faced Lin Qingshe, a hint of murderous intent flashed in the depths of her beautiful eyes. "For the sake of your sister, for your father, for the Lin family, sister, just sacrifice yourself, and everyone will be grateful to you." "Xiaoshui, are you okay?" Lin Qingshe suddenly let out a scream, rushed to Lin Xiaoshui with a pale face, and asked with concern. "You should be happy if I die." Lin Xiaoshui's eyes were extremely angry, and she stared at Lin Qingshe and said, "This is the good man you call him? For the so-called face, he will even kill me. How can I say that when he grows up, he will fight at all costs to save the Lin family?" Quote. There was murderous intent in Lin Xiaoshui's eyes, but she hid it deeply. Nowadays, there are many people and the young master is by his side. Lin Qingshe is still the young master's fiancé, so it is obviously not a good opportunity for assassination. She will never forget that Lin Qingshe looks weak now, but she is still the proud one on the mountain and river rankings, and she is far from her opponent. "Xiaoshui, I. Lin Qingshe looked pale and wanted to find an excuse for Mark, but found that she was speechless. After all, Yi Fan killed him just now in full public view, and there was no room for excuse. "Okay, Xiaoshui, just be okay." A cold light flashed in Ji Yutian's eyes, and he suddenly said calmly, "This is not your sister's fault, she was also deceived by Mark. When it comes to controlling people's hearts, Ji Yutian is very skilled at it. He knows exactly what role he should play now." As soon as these words came out, Lin Xiaoshui was slightly shocked, and she was even more sure of her thoughts. Ji Yutian was indeed the kind-hearted person. "Look at you, how you look at people, Yi Fan is worthy of being compared with the young master." Lin Xiaoshui looked at her sister with an increasingly disgusted look. Lin Qingshe trembled violently all over, looked at Ji Yutian with complicated eyes, and suddenly recalled in her mind how kind Ji Yutian had always been to her. All along, Ji Yutian has endured all the accusations and pressure in order to help himself. But she poured all her anger, dissatisfaction, and hatred into Ji Yutian. Even because Ji Yutian wanted to send someone to assassinate Yi Fan, she inserted the venom-stained sword into his chest without hesitation. Could it be that I was really wrong? What Xiaoshui said was right. I was really confused by Yi Fan and those people, and I couldn't tell who was really the best person for me. Lin Qingshe was silent for a long time, then suddenly whispered, Ji Yutian, thank you for saving my sister. This was the first time since Lin Qingshe and Ji Yutian met each other that she took the initiative to bow to Ji Yutian and express her gratitude sincerely. But little did she know that all of this was just part of Ji Yutianbu's scheme. For a woman, if you treat her unconditionally, she will take it for granted. But if you suddenly change your attitude and occasionally treat her better, she will burst into tears of gratitude. At this time, Yi Fan on the side saw Lin Qingshe sincerely thanking Ji Yutian. He almost went crazy with anger and suddenly roared, Qingshe, do you know what you are talking about? The son of the murderer of his mother says thank you. Lin Xiaoshui was brainwashed and seduced by Ji Yutian. She was the one who humiliated me first. You were right, and I am even more right. Lin Qingshe was even more disappointed with Mark. Until now, he still hasn't realized his mistake. Why hadn't I noticed before that he was so extreme and irritable? At this time, as Yi Fan finished speaking, the system's voice suddenly sounded in Ji Yutian's ears. Congratulations to the host, you have achieved great success in suppressing Yi Fan and Lin Qingshe, the sons of divided destiny. You will be rewarded with 50,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host. Ji Yutian wanted to laugh in his heart, but his face remained expressionless as he said, I'm just saving my own maid, and it has nothing to do with you. But his words made Lin Qingshe feel even more painful. Ji Yutian's attitude towards her was not like this before. Yi Fan, you idiot, do you know what you did, and now you keep saying that you did nothing wrong. Lin Qingshe turned around, her beautiful eyes filled with resentment, and shouted angrily at Mark. Although Xiaoshui made a mistake first, she is my biological sister, your adopted sister, how could you bear to kill her? Quote. I really misjudged your personality before. Yi Fan suddenly turned pale. He never expected that Lin Qingshe would question him like this, doubt him, and begin to distrust him. Lin Qingshui's distrust of him was a huge blow to him, because this was his biggest reliance now. Qingshe, can't you see now that you have all been deceived by Ji Yutian? Yi Fan roared with bloodshot eyes. He was just acting. I am the best person for you. Seeing Yi Fan's hysterical appearance, Lin Qingshui's body trembled slightly, her face turned pale, and she remained silent for a long time. At this moment, she actually still had endless tangles in her heart. After all, she grew up with Mark and had a very deep relationship. But Lin Qingshui's hesitation still made Yi Fan heartbroken, and then he suddenly looked at Ji Yutian, pouring all his anger on Ji Yutian, and roared, it's all because of you, sowing discord and affecting my relationship with Qingshe. Quote. Yi Fan's eyes were hysterical and bloodshot, looking at Ji Yutian like a madman, murderous intent filling the air. Only by killing Ji Yutian now can Ji Yusheng and others understand that he is still of great use value. Only by killing Ji Yutian can Lin Qingshe return to his side. Ji Yutian, I now formally propose a life and death battle to you. Do you dare to sign a contract and make a pledge? Let's fight on a life and death stage. Speaking of this, Mark suddenly took a deep breath, regained his proud posture, and said, if I win, you are not allowed to pursue the Lin family's affairs anymore. He also realized that his state just now was a bit out of control. In this world, strength is respected, and my own strength is much stronger than Ji Yutian's. I was just careless just now. As long as Ji Yutian is defeated or even killed, everything will return to the way it was before. You dare to fight. Yi Fan stepped forward with a powerful momentum and said coldly. A battle of life and death. Hearing this, many students took a breath of air. Within the academy generally does not allow private fighting or killing. A life and death battle is a special way of fighting prepared by the academy for students who have a life or death feud. As long as both parties agree, no matter which party loses, there will be no subsequent investigation, including the family behind it. Has the hatred between Yi Fan and Ji Yutian reached this level? However, with Yi Fan's terrifying strength, he does have such capital. After all, in the Imperial College, people do not look at their background, but only their talent and strength. Even when Ouyang Wushuang was beaten like this, there was no suggestion that anyone from the Ouyang family would come here to take action. At this time, Ouyang Wushuang hesitated for a moment, then suddenly limped to Gu Tian's side and lowered his voice and said, Gu Tian, he is using the provocation method, don't pay attention to him. This guy is well hidden, and his strength is probably far more than the power of a heavenly dragon. He also has rich combat experience and super strong combat effectiveness. You possess the supreme demonic bone, and after you break through to the mysterious aperture stage, that's when you will show off your talent. Quote. Gu Tian's lips curled up slightly, and Ouyang Wushwang actually came up to remind him. You must know that this guy has always looked down on the original owner, especially his dog-licking behavior. However, this guy obviously still believed from the bottom of his heart that he was no match for Mark, and it was just a fluke that he had the upper hand. They are just ants, but they are actually trying to compete with the bright moon. Gu Tian shook his head and laughed, and said to Ouyang Wushwang, Brother Wushwang, after you failed once, you were really frightened by this fool. The ancestors of the Ouyang family will probably be very disappointed if they see you like this. To strike, you have to strike hard at the opponent's weakest point. For a moment, Ouyang Wushwang's face darkened, visible to the naked eye, and he turned around on the spot, too lazy to pay attention to this arrogant guy Gu Tian. Good intentions are regarded as the liver and lungs of a donkey. If it weren't for the relationship between the Ouyang family and the Gu family, and Gu Tian's good performance, he would not have taken the initiative to remind him. At this time, Gu Tian suddenly looked at Yi Fan and said indifferently with an overlooking attitude, with your strength, you are actually not qualified to fight with me. Asking me to let the Lin family go is a huge joke. What capital do you have to negotiate terms with me? Quote. Lin Xiaoshui taunted at the right time. Yi Fan, you are just an idiot picked up by my Lin family. Now that my father has been expelled from the family, what qualifications do you have to negotiate with the young master on behalf of my Lin family? A dog takes a mouse, mind your own business. Lin Qingshe gritted her teeth and said nothing. However, there was a glimmer of hope in her heart. If Mark could really defeat Gu Tian, then she would no longer have to worry about the pain. Yi Fan's expression was extremely ugly. Gu Tian's disdainful attitude and Lin Xiaoshui's repeated use of the word made his blood surge and he almost ran away on the spot. Lin Xiaoshui, you are not qualified to talk to me. Yi Fan gritted his teeth, tried to stabilize his mind, stared at Gu Tian with murderous intent, and said coldly, it seems that I really think highly of you, a person who can only say you're a trash talker, but you don't even have the courage to fight me to the death. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in Gu Tian's eyes, and he said indifferently, if you want to fight me to the death, you can, but if you want me to let the Lin family go, you need to put up an equal stake. Yi Fan's face turned ugly for a while. Even the resources for his cultivation were given by Lin Qingshe. How could he make an equal bet? He gritted his teeth and said, as long as you can defeat me, everything I have will be yours. Thinking of this, Yi Fan's eyes bloomed with strong confidence. With his strength, how could he lose to Gu Tian? At this moment, a black ring suddenly shimmered on Yi Fan's middle finger, and a cold female voice sounded in Yi Fan's mind. Xiao Fan, don't be careless, the guy in front of you is very powerful, I'm afraid the demon bones have awakened a little earlier. Yi Fan's eyes moved slightly, and then he smiled coldly, and said in his heart, Sister Shuang, don't worry, with the strength that I am now close to 2 heavenly dragons, they are gods, demons, and even real divine beasts. If you come here, you can only be killed by me. In the realm of divine power, I am invincible. Even if Gu Tian has all awakened the supreme demonic bones, he cannot be my opponent. Quote. The cold female voice was silent for a while. She knew Yi Fan's strength best. Even in the ancient times of the human race, he was definitely the top monster. In this era, there is almost no possibility of losing. Just don't be careless, a cold female voice said. At this moment, Gu Tian keenly caught the glimmer of the black ring on Yi Fan's middle finger, and his heart moved slightly. No wonder Yi Fan's strength suddenly improved so much compared to the original work. It seems that it was the butterfly effect that caused Yi Fan to suddenly be eager to improve his strength, and as one of the protagonist's biggest cheats, the Sky Frost Goddess in the Lord of the Swallowing Rings took action. The Sky Swallowing Ring, one of the ancient divine weapons. And in the ring, there is also a trace of the remnant soul of the Sky Frost Goddess, the daughter of the ancient god emperor. It can be said that in the original work, The reason why Yi Fan was able to rise quickly was not only because of his great luck and constant adventures, but also because the goddess Tianshuang gave him huge help in the early stage. In the original work, the Sky Frost Goddess is a major character throughout the early, middle and late stages. She is extremely important, and she itself contains a huge adventure. When Yi Fan was growing up, he encountered many life and death crises, and it was the goddess Tianshuang who helped him avert the dangers. In the later stage, after reshaping his body, he and Yi Fan practiced double cultivation, helping Yi Fan break through the realm of the God Emperor in one fell swoop and resolve a huge disaster. Not to mention, the sky-swallowing Lord of the Rings itself is a magical weapon with extremely terrifying power, but it is now sealed. Gu Tian's eyes were cold and he said indifferently, "As long as you take out the black ring on your middle finger as a bet and beat me, the Gu family will immediately stop pursuing the Lin family." As soon as these words came out, all the students present were shocked. Something could actually make the young master of the Gu family excited. Countless eyes immediately focused on the black ring on the middle finger of Yi Fan's right hand. Gu Tian, you are dreaming. Mark's face suddenly became extremely ugly, and he never expected that Gu Tian's eyes would be so vicious. He knew in his heart that the sky-swallowing ring and Sister Shuang had the greatest contribution to his ability to grow up. This is the most important thing to him. All along, what he was most afraid of was that a strong person would notice his sky-swallowing magic ring. Sister Shuang rarely spoke out in front of strong people. He never expected that Gu Tian would see the clues. This Gu Tian is incredible. In the sky-swallowing magic ring, the goddess Tianshuang said with a shocked face. She knew very well that after endless years, it would be impossible for anyone in this era to recognize the sky-swallowing Lord of the Rings. But Gu Tian could actually see at a glance that she was the most valuable thing about Mark. Is this a coincidence? At this time, Yi Fan immediately realized that his reaction was a bit excessive, which would frighteningly arouse the suspicion of some people, and immediately said, "This is the only relic left by my biological mother to me, and it cannot be used as a bet." Really? Gu Tian smiled coldly and was noncommittal. In the original work, Yi Fan is an orphan, his parents died. Although he has a deep background, he is still far away from their appearance now. He had picked up the sky-swallowing Lord of the Rings from the trash by chance. At this time, Lin Xiaoshui suddenly taunted, "Didn't you say that for my sister, everything can be used as a bet, and you will win? Why have you changed your rhetoric now? Sister, now you see what Yi Fan is like." Lin Xiaoshui looked at Lin Qingshe and said sarcastically, "Why did I do it for you at all costs? It's just an excuse to lie to you." Lin Qingshe looked at Mark with extremely disappointed eyes. Could it be that what he said before was all lies to himself? Yi Fan looked ugly, but his tone was stagnant, not knowing how to refute. "Just bet." Yi Fan gritted his teeth. He couldn't lose anyway. He suddenly took off the ring and threw it on the ring. He suddenly jumped up and roared towards Gu Tian, "Come up and fight to the death. I will defeat you with one move." Suddenly, countless eyes focused on Gu Tian. Yi Fan's strength is obvious to all. As the heir to the Gu family who was born with a golden key, it can be said that he has a worry-free life. Does he really dare to give up everything and face Yi Fan in a life-or-death battle? If he was killed in a life-and-death battle in Imperial College, not even the Gu family would be able to cause trouble to Mark. At this moment, a light voice suddenly sounded, "Gu Tian, as the heir of my Gu family, your words and deeds outside represent the face of my Gu family." Following the sound, a handsome young man wearing a blue robe suddenly walked from the Shan Tianbang area, with a smile on his lips. Many students were shocked when they saw this young man. "Who is he?" Some students asked in confusion. "You don't even know him, Ji Sheng. Not long ago he was ranked 5th on the mountain and river rankings. And he is also a direct descendant of the Gu family. He is a proud figure from another direct lineage, different from Gu Tian's." Back then, the competition for the head of the Gu family was fierce. Gu Tian's father won the position of head of the family by forcefully suppressing Ji Sheng's father. I heard that the two families were always at odds with each other. I heard that he is preparing to charge towards the mountain and river heavenly ranking. Seeing Ji Sheng coming, many students started talking. "As a brother, I have something to say to you. How can you easily agree to a life and death fight for others? If you lose, it will be the Gu family's face that will be lost. Gu Sheng said with a kind face, listen to my advice and go home until the Zan Chao stage comes out. A method of provoking generals. Gu Tian smiled. It seemed that this guy believed that he would definitely lose, so he couldn't wait to show up, as if he was afraid that he would turn around and leave. Gu Sheng, have you forgotten all the family rules? Who gave you the courage to talk to the heir of the family like this? Gu Tian sneered, not bothering to give any face to this so-called cousin, and jumped up directly and landed on the ring. Gu Sheng's face turned ugly for a moment, and he looked at Gu Tian's back with malicious eyes. If it weren't for Chen Mengyun's dirty tricks back then, the position of head of the family should have been from his lineage, and he should be the current heir of the Gu family. Gu Tian, go to hell. He knew very well how strong Yi Fan was. He was many times stronger than himself, who was 5th on the mountain and river rankings. Gu Tian could not be his opponent. I'll give you a chance to take action with all your strength. Gu Tian put his hands behind his back and looked at Mark indifferently. Yi Fan's eyes were filled with hatred. It was because of this guy that he had lost face today and was constantly humiliated by Lin Xiaoshui. Gu Tian, go to hell. Yi Fan roared and rushed out in an instant. A terrifying artistic conception emerged around him. The mountains and rivers were filled with frost, and the sky was filled with frost. A sense of heaven and earth was suppressing Gu Tian. The artistic conception of heaven, earth, mountains and rivers. Ouyang Wushuang's eyes almost bulged, and he said in horror, Yi Fan actually touched the threshold of vision in the realm of divine power. Many students were even more horrified when they saw this. Where did Yi Fan come from? Aren't visions and various artistic conceptions the power of heaven and earth that can only be understood by those in the mysterious aperture realm or even the transcendent realm? Lin Xiaoshui was even more horrified. This fool's talent is so terrifying. Even she had to admit at this moment that it was no wonder that Mark was so arrogant. He indeed had the capital to be arrogant. Chen Mengran's eyes were stern, and his body was slightly tense. He was even more prepared to go to the rescue immediately if the young master was defeated. She would never allow the young master to get into trouble again. To hell with all the life and death battles and academy rules that don't allow outsiders to interfere. In her eyes, Gu Tian's life was more important than anything else. Yi Fan, Lin Qingshe whispered to herself. It was because of Yi Fan's terrifying talent that she wanted to protect him at all costs and let him lead the Lin family to rise again. Gu Tian, go to hell, the heir position should be mine. Gu Sheng's eyes were filled with hatred, and he kept roaring in his heart. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The power of heaven and earth surged. Frost and rain filled the sky, mountains and rivers emerged, and the endless power of heaven and earth blessed Yi Fan, making him like a god descending to earth and invincible. Gu Tian, what qualifications do you have to act so arrogant in front of me? Yi Fan roared, with murderous intent, and no one moved, but this terrifying power of heaven and earth could even make it impossible for people with the power of the heavenly dragon to use it. Ordinary students on the ground ranking list would even be crushed to pieces on the spot. Kneel down and kowtow to beg for mercy. I can let you die quickly. Yi Fan swooped over quickly, and the sound waves exploded like thunder. In the sky-swallowing magic ring, the goddess Tianshuang was also shocked. Yi Fan's talent made her feel a little incredible after living for endless years and seeing a lot. With just a little guidance, Yi Fan actually stepped into the threshold of her supernatural powers. No wonder Yi Fan has such strong confidence in winning. Boom. But at this moment, a more terrifying aura suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. The golden light was dazzling and filled with devilish intent. One golden light and one black light circled like Tai Chi, quickly covering the entire world. Ho, ho, ho. It seems that countless ancient gods and demons are roaring, as if they are tearing apart time and space and descending on the world. Gu Tian's whole body shone with golden light, and he took one step forward. The meaning of gods and demons lingered around him, and the terrifying power of gods and demons instantly tore apart the mountains and rivers. Poof, poof. There was even more terrifying demonic intent swirling in his eyes. When he raised his eyes, two glaring demonic lights instantly pierced through the bones of Yi Fan's arms, filling the air with blood mist. The artistic conception of gods and demons, how is this possible? Goddess Tianshuang blurted out, with endless horror in her voice, as if she had seen some great horror in the world. In the sky-swallowing ring, the Sky Frost Goddess was horrified to death, her eyes widened angrily, and her remaining soul was turbulent and blurred. One can imagine how shocked she was inside at this moment. She was born in ancient times, the golden age when the human race was at its most prosperous. She has seen countless geniuses of the human race, including monsters from all races. After endless years and extensive experience, few things can shake her mentality. The last person who caused her mental fluctuation was Yi Fan. But this time, Gu Tian's sudden outburst of divine and demonic visions shocked her even more, and it wasn't even on the same level at all. As we all know, gods and demons are two powerful life forms that are naturally opposed to each other. Water and fire are naturally incompatible. They belong to two extremes. They are the two top ethnic groups that are naturally at the top of all races. The supreme demonic bone is a talent that belongs to the category of born demonic gods. What exactly happened? How could it be possible for someone in the realm of divine power to unearth so much power from the supreme demonic bone? No one in ancient times could do this. Goddess Tianshuang was horrified and murmured to herself, "And what the hell is this vast divinity? It actually makes me feel like I want to kneel down and worship him. He is only in the realm of divine power." The Sky Frost Goddess was so shocked that she was stunned. But little did he know that the human emperor body was a gift package given by the Destiny Villain system, which was directly instilled into Gu Tian, forcing him to penetrate the two powers of gods and demons. The supreme demon bone is naturally powerful and terrifying, and contains the laws of magic, but the Destiny Villain system is even more unreasonable and transcends the laws. As long as Gu Tiantian has enough destiny points, theoretically, he can even integrate all the opposing scriptures, laws, artistic conceptions, and visions in the world into one. Yi Fan is in danger. Tianshuang Goddess said in horror. She felt an incredible power in the realm of gods and demons. Although it was still extremely weak at this time, it was not something that Yi Fan could resist at this time. She deliberately reminded that the sky-swallowing ring was taken off by Yi Fan. Unless she was willing to expose her existence, she would not be able to communicate with Yi Fan at all. The visions of gods and demons were astonishing, sweeping across the sky, gods and demons roaring, the terrible power shook the academy, and countless eyes were cast on the area where the mountain and river heavenly list was located. At this moment, in the depths of the academy, countless human beings were alerted and cast their gazes, focusing on the life and death battle between Yi Fan and Gu Tian, who was only in the realm of divine power. Countless terrifying consciousnesses gathered in the sky, and there was a lot of discussion. Visions of mountains, rivers, frost and sky, visions of gods and demons. This year of the academy, there are two such incredible geniuses. Compared with the visions of gods and demons, the visions of mountains and rivers are nothing. A strong man responded unceremoniously, his voice trembling with consciousness. It is simply unbelievable that the natural possessor of the supreme demonic bones can achieve this level in the realm of divine power. The Gu family is really well hidden. The divine power realm awakens part of the power of the supreme demon bone, plus the fusion of divine power. How powerful a body is required to carry this? What level of strength has Gu Tian achieved? Above the sky, many terrifying consciousnesses were shocking and inexplicably terrifying. One can imagine the shock that Gu Tian's explosion of divine and demonic visions brought to them. Ho, ho, ho. The gods and demons roared, shaking the sky, and the figures of the gods and demons loomed in the sky, making many new students turn pale. Puff. Yi Fan vomited blood, and the vision of the mountains and rivers was directly torn apart by a terrifying invisible force. His face was pale, blood overflowed from everywhere in his body, and he suffered terrible injuries. Impossible, impossible, how could you also have such a powerful vision? Yi Fan roared in horror, his whole body was shrouded in a terrible force, he only felt horrified, his body seemed to be crushed open, and blood continued to flow from it. The pores all over his body were squeezed out. A frog at the bottom of a well deserves to be compared with the bright moon. Gu Tian's cold voice echoed, and his figure instantly appeared in front of Yi Fan. His knees hit Yi Fan hard on his lower abdomen, causing him to scream in agony, and how many bones in his body were broken. As Yi Fan being crushed. Under the arena, countless new students were stunned. Yi Fan, who had just climbed to the top of the mountain and river rankings and had unlimited fame, was crushed by another dark horse in the blink of an eye. Moreover, he is still a GUTN whose name is only heard in the academy but not seen in person, and who has no ranking in the rankings of mountains and rivers. So strong, Lin Xiaoshui muttered to herself almost like babble, her eyes filled with a sense of intoxication and fanaticism. This is the real strong man. The stronger GUTN becomes, the more it proves that his sister Lin Qingshe made an extremely wrong choice, and only her choice can save the Lin family. How can this be? Lin Qingshe had a feeling of despair as her dreams were brutally shattered and her faith was shattered. She stared blankly at Yi Fan being beaten violently by GUTN, with almost no power to fight back. Yi Fan has always been the best man in her eyes, with super talent and tenacity. No one can defeat him and has unlimited potential. Yi Fan's achievements have also been recognized by countless people, who believe that his future is limitless. Otherwise, she would not have chosen to put all her chips on Mark. But GUTN's crushing of Yi Fan hit her harder and heavier than anything before. This proved that she was wrong, and extremely wrong, and the price was extremely heavy. Not only did GUTN no longer favor her, but he also personally pushed his relatives, the Lin family, to the edge of the cliff. No, that's not the case. Lin Qingshe kept mumbling to herself, her eyes were desperate, her energy and blood were in chaos, and suddenly a large mouthful of blood spurted out, and she sat down on the ground. This scene had a huge impact on her. She knew exactly what this meant. Yi Fan is not GUTN's opponent, which means that Yi Fan has almost completely lost his use value to some people, such as Ji Yu Sheng. He also lost the qualification to save the Lin family from GUTN. Congratulations to the host. You have severely damaged the self-confidence of many sons and daughters of luck. I will reward you with 50,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host. The fate of Yi Fan, the son of luck, has been seriously affected. He will be rewarded with 15,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host. The fate of the girl of luck has been frustrated. Her luck has dropped sharply. I will be rewarded with 20,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host. The progress of suppressing Lin Qingshe, the daughter of destiny, has reached 25%. Congratulations to the host. The progress of suppressing Yi Fan, the son of destiny, has reached 10%. The prompts of the destiny villain system began to ring in GUTN's ears. In a short period of time, the number of destiny points on the system panel has exceeded 100,000 points. I don't believe you are so powerful that you can't be matched. On the ring, Yi Fan's eyes were unyielding and he roared. Even though he was covered in blood and suffered terrible injuries, he still insisted on launching a counterattack. His fists were tightened and the roar of the dragon continued. It was like a dragon roaring and blasting towards GUTN's head. Go! The sound of the air explosion was like thunder, and the airflow was rolling. Even a mountain peak would be beaten into powder under Yi Fan's power. You don't know what you can do. GUTN sneered, stretched out one hand, held Yi Fan's big fist as easily as eating and drinking, and then twisted it gently. Kacha, kacha. The sound of bone cracking continued like firecrackers, and accompanied by Yi Fan's scream, his right arm was directly twisted into a twist, and the thick blood was squeezed out like water. At this moment, the whole place was completely silent and fell into a long-lasting shock. GUTN used his absolute strength to prove his previous remarks. Yi Fan, who had the power of 1 or even 2 heavenly dragons, was really just an ant in his eyes, and he didn't even bother to attack him. Ouyang Wushuang's face turned pale, and his mentality suffered a huge blow. Yi Fan could crush him, but GUTN, who he had always looked down on before, could crush Yi Fan. So who is he? Crushing completely. GUTN's strength has probably reached more than the power of 3 heavenly dragons. Above the sky, many spiritual consciousnesses were inexplicably shocked. In ancient mythology, the top monster can reach the power of 10 heavenly dragons. But after the spiritual energy was revived, my human race seemed to be sealed, and the body was weak. No matter what the price, the strongest monster in the divine power realm could only reach the power of 5 heavenly dragons, and the price was that he could not break through for his whole life. In the realm of divine power, even if we, the genius of the human race, try our best, we will never be as powerful as the gods, demons and other naturally powerful races. As the Gu family trying to train Gu Tian to break this record. Ah! Yi Fan screamed in agony. His pupils were bloodshot, almost crazy, but his pupils began to glow, and a terrifying murderous light burst out. In a desperate situation, the martial arts divine eye actually broke through in advance. In the sky swallowing ring, the sky frost goddess was surprised and happy. Surprisingly, Gu Tianji was far more powerful than she expected. In this era of decline of the human race, he even had a chance to rival the top geniuses from ancient times. Fortunately, Yi Fan once again broke his limit in a desperate situation. The martial arts divine eye is a top-notch combat magical power that can only be cultivated in the mysterious aperture realm. It is extremely powerful, reaching its peak, and even has the power to reverse the yin and yang. Even in ancient times, there were only a few people who could cultivate it in the divine power realm. Although Yi Fan's physical strength is still a little weak, he can cultivate the martial arts divine eye and be comparable to the top batch of monsters in ancient times. Ha 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 ha, Gu Tian, prepare to die. No matter how much pressure you put on me, it will only make me stronger. Yi Fan laughed wildly, his eyes sparkled, and he felt that the world had changed in his eyes. The divine eye of martial arts can connect yin and yang and disrupt the three realms. What can you, Gu Tian, do to fight me? Is it just the supreme demonic bones that you have awakened? Boom! Yi Fan took action, and with the blessing of the martial arts divine eye, his movements seemed to match the power of heaven and earth, resonating with time and space, and were incredibly powerful. Hiss! Although Yi Fan's attack can't drive Yuanli yet, its power has reached the power of 5 heavenly dragons. On the sky, some powerful people exclaimed. This is already comparable to the strongest monster in the divine power realm in the history of the human race after the spiritual energy was revived. Gu Tian is also a monster. It's a pity that he met Yi Fan, who is even more monster. Breaking through the limits in battle, with such will and potential, the future will be endless. One by one, the strongest human beings from the Imperial College kept sighing. That's it. Gu Tian's expression remained indifferent. The more excited Yi Fan was, the greater the blow he would receive after being crushed by him, and the more desperate he would be, bringing him more destiny point rewards. Boom! In an instant, the terrifying golden light exploded from Gu Tian's body, making him appear like the god of war, directly sealing the world and forcing Yi Fan out of the state of resonance with the world. The martial arts divine eye is nothing more than that. Gu Tian's eyes were cold. The supreme demonic bone was only partially awakened by his powerful strength at the moment. His most powerful one at the moment was the human emperor body. In front of the human emperor body rewarded by the destiny villain system, all martial arts and magical powers are scum. The terrifying golden light stung the surrounding students so much that they couldn't even open their eyes. They could only hear the roars of gods and the crazy roars of heavenly dragons. With a punch, Gu Tian's arm seemed to turn into a real dragon, roaring, directly denting Yi Fan's chest, spurting blood from his mouth. Yi Fan, if you want to rise, just lie down. Gu Tian's eyes were cold and tyrannical, and the light of gods and demons burst out from his eyes, shooting directly into Yi Fan's eyes. In the original work, the martial arts eye is indeed an extremely powerful magical power, which provides Yi Fan with powerful assistance to conquer the world, and also brings him many adventures. But this time, since Yi Fan awakened in front of him, he naturally didn't mind nipping him in the bud. Bang! Bang! In an instant, Yi Fan let out a shrill scream, and there were 2 banging sounds in his eyeballs. The source of the veins belonging to the martial arts divine eye was directly smashed by Gu Tian, and rich blood continued to flow out of Yi Fan's eyes. Hiss! I hate it so much. With this blow, Yi Fan will be crippled even if he doesn't die. Would you go blind directly? Many students were horrified to see it, and even in the Shantianbang area, there were many monsters who felt chills all over. The divine eye of martial arts, the most top-notch magical power, which many people have been asking for, was forcibly abolished like this. Yi Fan's shrill screams echoed throughout a kilometer radius, making people's scalp numb. The evil beast is so vicious and has destroyed my beloved disciple's magical powers. A beautiful young woman flew over with a cold face and murderous intent in her eyes. She appeared on the ring in an instant and slapped Gu Tian directly on the cheek. With such a character, Even if the talent is strong, it will be harmful to our human race. The young woman reprimanded coldly. Boom. Her round palms contain yuan power, and the mysterious orifices around her body are glowing slightly, activating the power of heaven and earth, which is incredibly powerful. Master, save me! Yi Fan screamed shrilly, with endless fear in his eyes. He smelled the smell of death. But he still has an infinitely bright future. He doesn't want to die. It's Yi Fan's mentor, Chu Manchi. She is an intermediate tutor in the academy and is expected to become an elite in the Federation. I heard that she can break through to the extraordinary realm a long time ago. But this is a decisive battle on the stage of life and death. Even if she is the instructor of the academy, how can she interfere? Many students under the stage were stunned. Chu Manchi is too domineering. At first, everyone thought that Gu Tian would be defeated, but the Gu family did not have strong people in the academy, but they did not interfere and abided by the rules of the academy. But now that Yi Fan failed, she actually ran out and intervened forcefully. It's so ridiculous. When Gu Tian heard this, he smiled coldly, looking at Chu Mengzai's beautiful face, with a strong sense of violence in his eyes. No one has ever been able to stand on his head and shit, calling a deer a horse. Moreover, when Chu Manchi came out, the most powerful people and senior officials in the college did not intervene. It was obvious that they were biased towards Chu Manchi and Yi Fan. Even the powerful people arranged by the Gu family at Imperial College did not show up to stop him. Obviously, this has a lot to do with Gu Sheng and the Black Hands behind the scenes. At this time, a red shadow flashed past, and the personal maid Chen Mengran appeared in front of Gu Tian, raising her hand to block Chu Mengzai's blow. Boom. Chu Manchi took 3 steps back, her face slightly pale, but she still grabbed Yi Fan and protected him by her side. You idiot, you dare to attack your mentor in Imperial College. Don't you want to live? Chu Manchi scolded angrily, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Chen Mengran's face was charming, but a cold murderous intent flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she said, in the highest academy of the Federation, there is a shameless teacher like you. As a strong man at the peak of Zanchao, you sneak attack on my young master. It's the shame of Imperial College. Fortunately, she had been paying attention to the movements in the ring, otherwise she really couldn't imagine what would have happened. Chu Mengzai's slap did not hold back at all. You are so shameless that I have never seen you in my life. At this time, Gu Tian stared at Chu Manchi with cold eyes and said coldly, no one is allowed to interfere in the battle of life and death. Could it be that the rules of Imperial College are just for decoration? Now, when you see your disciple defeated, you suddenly intervene. Do you really think that my Gu family is someone you can bully if you want to? Gu Tian stared at Chu Manchi and recalled the plot about her in the original work. The reason why Yi Fan was able to enter the Imperial College was inseparable from her favor. It can be said that she was Yi Fan's early benefactor. Yi Fan went on a rampage all the way, but he was still safe despite being in a rage against the sky and the earth. This was inseparable from Chu Mengzai's protection. Chu Manchi came from the Chu family, a wealthy family in the imperial capital, and was once engaged to the Yang family. However, she regretted the engagement because the person she was marrying was mediocre in talent and ugly. The Chu family was also targeted by the Yang family. But later, because Yi Fan grew up and had a relationship with Yang Wushwang and Yang Zian, he gained the understanding of the Yang family. One of Yi Fan's most die-hard supporters in the imperial capital is the Chu family. Later, the deaths of Ji Wudao and his mother Chen Mengyun were inseparable from the Chu family's support for Yi Fan behind the scenes. Later, Chu Manchi also transcended secular ethics and became one of Yi Fan's harem women, creating a story of teacher-student love. A strong person can do anything good, and a weak person can do everything wrong. Chu Mengzai's eyes were cold and she scolded. Don't think that because you are the heir to the Ji family, you can talk to me like this. This is Imperial College, a top university directly under the federal government, not your Ji family. I am an intermediate instructor in the college. I have the responsibility to protect the students. Naturally, I cannot watch you murdering my students. My student Yi Fan is not well prepared for this battle, so this battle ends here. Do you have any objections? It's useless if you have any opinions. Chu Manchi spoke forcefully and didn't care about the identity of Ji Yutian's heir to the Ji Yu family. What about the heir to the Ji Yu family? This is the era after the establishment of the Blue Federation, and these top powerful families cannot be unscrupulous. Otherwise, she would have been killed by the Yang family for her regretful behavior. Although this move violated the rules of the academy, Chu Manchi had no fear at all, because she was one of the candidates for the federal elite and was protected by the Federation. The Ji Yu family did not dare to do anything to her easily. Yi Fan is her most valued disciple with unlimited potential, so naturally she can't just watch him be killed by Ji Yutian. It seems that you have decided that I can't do anything to you. Ji Yutian smiled, with an extremely cold light shining in his eyes. It seems that some people behind the scenes still think that he is the same person as before, and will let them do small things in secret, and will not fight back when they are beaten. What can you do to me? Let the strong men of your Ji Yu family come to the academy to assassinate me. Chu Manchi smiled unscrupulously, with contempt for Ji Yutian in her laughter. She naturally knew that Ji Yutian was planning to assassinate Yi Fan. Assassination. Are you worthy? Ji Yutian also smiled, waved his hand slightly and said, catch him. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Mengran, who had been prepared for a long time, disappeared in an instant. When he appeared, he had already appeared above Chu Mengzai's head. His charming face was flashing with terrifying murderous intent, and a terrifying extraordinary aura suddenly appeared. It filled the sky and suppressed the entire audience. Ji Yutian, I am an intermediate tutor at Imperial College, and I have a federal establishment. How dare you touch me? Chu Manchi looked ugly and shouted angrily. But what greeted her was Chen Mengran's palm covering the sky. This palm was so terrifying. The aura was thick and full of dazzling divine light, and the space it pressed seemed to collapse instantly. Boom! Chu Manchi struck hard, vomiting blood on the spot and kept falling back. She shouted angrily in disbelief. You are just a slave, how can you be so powerful? She is an elite who has the opportunity to enter the elite ranks of the Federation. Her strength is naturally unquestionable, and she is not afraid of even ordinary extraordinary beings. But Chen Mengran's strength was so overwhelming that she couldn't breathe. What's even more frightening is that Chen Mengran seems to be younger than her. This kind of talent and strength turned out to be just a personal maid to Ji Yutian, which was simply suffocating. Chen Mengran's face was expressionless, and his figure kept flashing. The terrifying aura filled the air, and the golden light was dazzling. He beat Chu Manchi until she vomited blood, and finally hit her towering chest with a slap, denting it. Puff! Chu Manchi spat out blood, her hair disheveled, and fell to the ground, losing all ability to resist. And everything happened in a blink of an eye, so fast that people were caught off guard. It wasn't until Chen Mengran picked up Chu Manchi with an expressionless expression and walked in front of Wei Wuxian that many students under the stage woke up from a dream. In an instant, the sound of a large area sucking in the cold elements continued to sound. Many students below were almost scared to death. Even in the area of the mountain and river heavenly ranking, a large number of monsters only felt terrified. Is Ji Yutian crazy? This is too audacious. He actually dared to let the maid suppress the college tutor in public, and seemed to want to arrest the family members and interrogate them privately. But now, it is no longer the chaotic era when the spiritual energy just recovered. The Azure Federation was established and the legal system was sound. In the academy, they openly led the maids to severely damage the instructors of the academy. This was a violation of the rules and order of the academy. Ji Yutian's behavior cannot even be described as bold. Above the arena, many of the strongest men from the academy were also stunned, and no one made a sound for a long time. No one could have imagined that Ji Yutian was not only extremely talented, but also so arrogant and domineering in his methods, disregarding rules. They were originally amazed by Yi Fan's talent, so they allowed Chu Manchi to rescue Yi Fan, thinking that they would symbolically punish Chu Manchi afterwards, which would also be an explanation to the Ji Yu family, and let it go. But Ji Yutian's behavior suddenly made things seem to have no way to end. Chapter 21. Even if Ji Yu Wudao came here in person, he wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous in the Imperial Capital Academy. Some of the strongest men from the older generation were trembling with anger and shouted loudly in the sky. Ji Yutian is too lawless. He must be punished. Otherwise, if every rich and powerful man is so unscrupulous, how can our Imperial College still run a school? One by one, the elders of the academy were shouting angrily in the sky, but no one dared to show up for a long time. Gutn, you dare to humiliate me like this. Even the Gu family can't protect you. You have to pay a huge price. Chu Meng's eyes were filled with hatred and she roared crazily at Gutn, but no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't break free. Chen Mengran's palms and even the veins on his body were directly sealed. Snapped. Suddenly, Gutn raised his hand and slapped her hard on the face, knocking her unconscious. You dare to slap me? Chu Manchi said blankly. Not only did I dare to hit you, I killed you on the spot, and no one can stand up for you. Do you believe it? Gutn's eyes were cold, and he grabbed Chu Mengzai's chin and lifted her head up. His voice was full of murderous intent. Who gave you the courage to label a deer as a horse in front of me and trample on the rules? I want to kill you. Who can save you? Only because of your useless disciple. Gutn glanced at Yi Fan and saw him lying in a pool of blood, his eyes closed, his face pale, and he was pretending to be dead. Yi Fan was scared, really scared. Gutn's sudden domineering behavior made his hair stand on end, and he was afraid that Gutn would suddenly turn his attention to him. He thought everything was safe. After all, Chu Manchi is a super strong person at the peak of Zan Chao. But who would have thought that Gutn would be so crazy that he would let the maid be in the academy and suppress the instructor of the academy without leaving any room? This was Imperial College, the highest institution in the Blue Federation. Yi Fan couldn't figure out why Gutn's courage suddenly became so great. Just a few days ago, even if Gutn wanted to kill him, he would only send someone to assassinate him. Teacher, I will definitely avenge you. Yi Fan roared in his heart, closing his eyes tightly and not daring to open them. Even if he felt Gutn's gaze, his hair stood on end, he didn't dare to move. He really doesn't want to die. Lin Xiaoshui was simply dazzled by the sight, her little face couldn't help but turn rosy, her eyes were full of mist, and she could feel her little heart beating like crazy like, bang, bang, bang. This is what a man is. Yi Fan, he, is just a loser who bullies weak women. He usually talks a lot of sweet words, but gets cold feet when things really happen. Gutn, Yi Fan. Lin Qingshe murmured to herself, her face was pale. The scene on the arena at this moment, comparing Gutn and Yi Fan, was simply too dazzling and shocking to her. This man whom she had despised, assassinated, and given up on suddenly showed such great charm. Who can imagine how lethal this scene is to girls? And the man she once valued, the mentor who saved his life, is now in danger, but he is pretending to be dead. Am I really wrong? Lin Qingshe said to herself desperately, but she never noticed that at this moment, Lin Xiaoshui's eyes were looking at her with terrifying murderous intent. Gu Tianqiang's domineering performance completely confirmed her inner thoughts. Gutn is so outstanding, and the Gu family behind him is even more powerful and suffocating. If the Lin family wants to survive, they can only use their sister's head. Only if she completely gains Gutn's trust can she take Lin Qingshui's place. Ouyang Wushuang stood there blankly, looking at the domineering Gutn, his mind was in chaos. Is this guy really the Gutn he knows? Ask yourself, even though the Ouyang family is also a top wealthy family, if he were replaced by Gutn, he would never dare to do this. Gutn, you will definitely regret treating me like this today. Chu Manchi said hysterically. But Yi Fan's behavior of pretending to be dead gave her a huge psychological blow. For the sake of this disciple, she did not hesitate to offend the Gu family and the Ouyang family, but at the critical moment, she abandoned her without hesitation, and they flew away when the disaster came. Look, how smart your apprentice is, but you are so stupid. Gutn said indifferently. This is a matter between our master and disciple. It's none of your business. Chu Manchi was still stubborn and unwilling to give in. Suddenly, an old voice exploded in the sky. Gutn, don't you think you've been embarrassed enough today? An old man wearing gray clothes and a head full of silver hair appeared on the ring, with a sense of dignity that was not angry and self-respecting. At first glance, he looked like someone who had been in a high position for a long time. Chen Mengran's eyes changed slightly, and she lowered her voice and said, young master, he is a strong man from the previous generation of Ji Yu Kuang. Ji Yu Ling is now one of the vice presidents of Imperial College and has a great influence on the Ji Yu family. Quote. Seeing Ji Yu Ling appear, Ji Yu Sheng let out a long sigh of relief under the ring, and there was even a lingering sense of panic in his eyes. Ji Yu Tian's performance really shocked him, and he was no exception. But the more this happened, the more frightened he felt. If Ji Yu Tian breaks through to the Zhan Chao stage, or even higher, it will be even more impossible for him to shake Ji Yu Tian's position as heir. Ji Yu Tian must not be allowed to steal the limelight and expand his influence. Ji Yu Tian looked at Ji Yu Ling coldly, the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. I came to the Imperial College today at the right time. Big fish jumped out one after another eagerly. In the original work, it was Ji Yu Ling who attacked his mother Chen Mengyan from behind. Chen Mengyan was caught off guard and seriously injured, and finally died. Now it seems that Ji Yu Kuang's lineage is indeed evil now. He couldn't wait to jump out before other senior college officials showed up. What are you doing standing still? Why don't you let Master Chu go quickly? Is this how Chen Mengyan and Wudao Patriarch taught you to treat your elders? Ji Yu Ling pretended to be an elder and scolded him coldly. This is the Imperial College, not in the family, and this is not a place where you can run wild without restraint. As the older generation in the Ji Yu family and with a high position, he believed that he had the right to reprimand Ji Yu Tian, even though Ji Yu Tian was now the heir to the Ji Yu family. It was Ji Yu Tian who made the mistake first, and Ji Yu Wudao and Chen Mengyan didn't dare to do anything to him. Old guy, who gave you the power to dare to talk to me like this? Ji Yu Tian's cold voice boomed across the sky. Catch this old idiot. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, dozens of sword-wielding maids flashed, unsheathed their swords flashed, and they surrounded the arena with murderous intent. At this moment, the entire audience was completely shocked. Above the arena, the sword light was fierce, the sword energy stretched for several miles, and the murderous intention was like a tsunami and landslide, tearing towards Ji Yu Ling. Ji Yu Ling was also stunned for a moment. He never expected that Ji Yu Tian would dare to take action. He was caught off guard and could only defend passively. He was beaten to the extreme and fell back continuously. Of course, as the vice president of Imperial College and a strong man of the same generation as Ji Yu Wudao, these maids cannot hurt him. Many students under the ring were stunned, their faces turned pale with fright, and they started talking about it. This is in the academy. Doesn't Ji Yu Tian even pay attention to Vice President Ji Yu Ling? You didn't even listen to the Vice President's words. Is Ji Yu Tian crazy? Have you forgotten that Ji Yu Tian is the heir of the Ji Yu family, and the Vice President is also a member of the Ji Yu family? Although he is nominally Ji Yu Tian's elder, his actual status in the Ji Yu family is actually lower than that of Ji Yu Tian. If it is within the Ji Yu family, Ji Yu Tian's power and status are even higher than those of the vice president. But even if it is the internal affairs of the Ji Yu family, this is the Imperial College. Ji Yu Tian is just a student here. For a student to attack the vice dean, this is simply trampling on the rules of the Federation. At this time, Ouyang Wushuang frowned slightly, glanced at the many students who were discussing, and said in a deep voice, I think many people may have forgotten one thing. The Federation was established by our 5 major families and combined with many super families. In other words, even the rules are set by these top families. The Ji Yu family is one of the rule makers. If the Ji Yu family really starts to disobey the rules, it will be a huge disaster for the entire human race. Many maids unsheathed their swords and surrounded Ji Yu Ling. The murderous scene frightened many freshman students and they backed away crazily for fear of being affected. They never thought that things would develop to this point. But in fact, they were not the only ones. Many terrifying consciousnesses in the sky were stunned. They suddenly discovered that when Ji Yu Tian suddenly did not abide by the so-called federal rules, they seemed to dare not really do anything to Ji Yu Tian. Because Ji Yu Tian's father is Ji Yu Wudao, a super god king who controls an army of millions. Because Ji Yu Tian's mother was Chen Mengyan, that ruthless and terrifying woman who killed countless people. Even the super-rich Lynn family was half dead by her and was on the verge of being exterminated. Especially because Ji Yu Tian is the current heir of the Ji Yu family and the future leader of the Ji Yu family. The GU family is one of the pillar families that founded the Federation. It is second only to the 5 founding families in terms of status and influence. As for strength, no one knows how strong the GU family is now at its peak without fighting. However, many big shots speculate that the GU family is no longer weaker than the 5 founding families. Crazy, GU Tianjun is really crazy. Is this how GU Wudao and Chen Mengyan taught their sons? If word of today's scene spreads, what impact will it have on the human race? GU Tianji must be picked up and dealt with severely, or even directly sentenced to death, as a warning to others. Otherwise, where is the majesty of the Federation and how can it govern the huge human race? Some of the strongest men from the older generation of the Academy roared angrily. At this time, someone from the older generation said quietly, "Then please take action personally and take down GU Tian. We will never stop him. If you dare to do it." As soon as these words came out, the sky fell into a dead silence, and the angry and roaring strong man of the older generation completely lost his voice. Openly attack GU Tian? Are you kidding me? When the GU family can no longer use the sword, is it because GU Wudao's million-strong army cannot be used, or is it that the ruthless Chen Mengyan has not yet come out of seclusion and will kill you with 10,000 swords? Many high-ranking officials and powerful people in Imperial College suddenly discovered that when GU Tian, a powerful man who considered the top class among the human race, blatantly disobeyed the rules, there was nothing they could do against GU Tian. In other words, they didn't dare to do anything to GU Tian unless their lives were at stake. GU Tian, are you crazy? You dare to let these despicable maids attack me? Facing the many maids who were besieging him, GU Ling's face turned extremely ugly, and he let out a low growl, his eyes filled with hatred. He can sit in the position of vice president, so he certainly has the strength. Even if Chen Mengran and these maids attack together, he will not be afraid at all. But he didn't dare to take action, and was even forced to constantly defend passively instead of taking the initiative to attack. Without him, it's just fear, fear. Fear of GU Tian's identity. Because he understood that what could allow him to reprimand GU Tian was his status as the elder of the GU family and his status as the vice president of Imperial College. But it was only a reprimand. As for attacking GU Tian, his end would probably be very miserable because it was against the rules of the GU family. I am your elder, you have to call me uncle, and I am the vice president of the college. You can't do anything to me. GU Ling roared. Bloodshot eyes filled the air, and his body was shaking violently, almost unable to suppress the anger inside. He didn't expect that GU Tian would be so bold. GU Ling couldn't figure it out. GU Tian was obviously not like this before. Every time he saw him, he was respectful, sensible, and in awe of him. He thought that if he stepped forward, GU Tian would retreat obediently no matter how angry he was. He never expected that GU Tian would attack him directly without leaving any room for him, without giving him any face. GU Ling, don't you want to save Chu Manchi? GU Tian's eyes were indifferent, the cold light kept flashing, and he sneered, you seem to have forgotten that you are the elder when I respect you as an elder. When I don't give you face, you just kneel down for me honestly, do you understand? Quote. He has read the original work and naturally knows the so-called rules. But you understand, whether he will comply with it or not are two different things. He doesn't mind abiding by the rules when it is beneficial to him, but if it affects his interests, the so-called rules are just a piece of waste paper. In the original work, why did GU Tian die? Why did GU Wudao and Chen Mengyan, who were in charge of an army of millions, die? It was because they took these rules too seriously that they were constrained everywhere and were unable to attack with all their strength, which led to their eventual demise. And Yi Fan, as well as those guys behind the scenes, never really upheld the rules. Lin Qingshui's sudden assassination was an act of breaking the rules. Not to mention that in the original work, Yi Fan trampled the rules countless times, but he was still safe and sound, reaching the pinnacle of the human race and being admired by everyone. The ancients have taught you that killing one person is a sin, killing 10,000 people is considered a hero, and killing 9 million people is considered a hero among heroes. This is also GU Tian's life creed in his 2 lifetimes. Strength and status are gained by fighting, not by compromising. GU Tian, you madman, crazy devil, even the Human Federation cannot tolerate you. Chu Manchi said with a trembling voice, and her face turned pale. At this moment, she suddenly realized that she seemed to have made a super stupid decision to go out and confront such a madman in person. But who would have thought that even the Yang family, the 5 founding families, were not so crazy, and that Ji Tian would be so bold as to be so bold. The human race can't tolerate me. Ji Tian smiled and said with cold eyes, do the million strong men under my father agree to what you said? Do the powerful gods in my Ji family agree to say this to you? Ji Tian looked down at Chu Manchi, with a terrifying murderous intent in his voice, and said, do you believe it? I'm going to kill you alive on the spot with 10,000 knives, and no one dares to help you, but I will still be safe. The terrible murderous intention caused all the blood on Chu Mengzai's face to disappear in an instant. Her face was as pale as gold paper, her lips were trembling and she couldn't say a word. In the end, she gritted her teeth and did not dare to say another word. This madman even dared to attack Vice Dean Ji Yuling and cut her alive. It seemed that it was really nothing special. Crazy, crazy, crazy. You are so crazy, why were you so low-key before? Otherwise, Chu Manchi swears, give her 10,000 courages, she would not dare to mess with Ji Tian, let alone say those arrogant words. At this moment, Yi Fan on the side was stunned. While he was scared in his heart, he was even more jealous of Ji Tian's arrogant look at this moment. Everyone is the same age and comes from the same background. Why can you act unscrupulously and have countless resources and power since birth? However, he has worked hard for so many years and behaved in a lowly manner, but he is still treated as a pawn by some people and can only make various compromises. Yi Fan was dissatisfied, but at this moment, Yi Fan just wanted Ji Tian not to notice him. This time, he was just careless, but he is extremely talented and has a bright future. An occasional failure is nothing, and he can definitely make a comeback. You absolutely cannot die here. Congratulations to the host. It has greatly shocked the mentality of many children of destiny. I will reward you with 20,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host. Yi Fan, the son of destiny, has a strong fear of you in his heart. He will be rewarded with 10,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host, Lynn Qingshe, the daughter of destiny. Continuous reminders sounded like firecrackers in Gudian, and the destiny points began to increase like crazy. Ji Tian, what you did today, I will definitely report it to the General Administration of Education and punish you severely to the Family Council of Elders. Ji Yuling roared with an ugly face. A lawless fanatic like you is not worthy of being the heir of my Ji family. Sooner or later, my Ji family will be plunged into the bottomless abyss. I would recommend to the Council of Elders that you be removed as heir. Quote. After saying that, Ji Yuling was ready to fly away. After all, staying here would only make Ji Tian humiliate him more, and he didn't dare to really attack Ji Tian. He found that when Ji Tianjun showed no respect to him, not only was he unable to do anything to Ji Tian, but he could only let Ji Tian humiliate him. Want to leave? Ji Tian sneered. Did I let you go? Be good and stay with me. As soon as Ji Tian finished speaking, the long swords in the hands of many maids flashed with cold light, and they slashed down with a crash. Countless sword energies spread across the sky, pressing down Ji Yuling's soaring figure heavily. Naturally, many maids could not cause any harm to Ji Yuling, but he did not dare to fight back and could only be beaten passively. As a result, his clothes were cut into strips by the sword energy, and his hair was disheveled, making him look extremely miserable. Ji Yuling's face became distorted. He looked at Ji Tian and roared, Ji Tian, what do you want? After this experience, being so humiliated by the younger members of the family, his face was completely lost. I think he is also a powerful figure. He is a direct lineage of the Ji family. He is respected by many wherever he goes. Many big figures treat him with respect. Today, he is so humiliated by a junior. It's just that there's still something unresolved. Ji Tian's eyes were indifferent. He turned to look at Lin Qingshe, hooked his fingers at him, and said coldly, Qingshe, come here. In an instant, Lin Qingshe trembled all over and turned pale. Her emotions towards Ji Tian were extremely complicated, and she also had a faint fear of him. She didn't dare to resist, so she could only walk onto the ring honestly and came to Ji Tian's side. She was as obedient as a puppy, completely losing her previous unscrupulous appearance. She understood that Ji Tianjun had really changed. He was no longer the gentle and loving Ji Tian who once loved her infinitely. Tell me, who was behind the scenes to help you bring the venom-stained sword into the Ji family to assassinate me? Ji Tian's voice was cold. As he spoke, he glanced at Ji Sheng under the ring, making him suddenly trembling. The Ji family is a super wealthy family, with tight guards and countless powerful people. Any outsider who wants to enter must be closely investigated. Even if the gods want to sneak into the Ji family, it is impossible. Not to mention, Lin Qingshe actually brought a sword stained with the venom of the bloodthirsty soul grass into the Ji family. This is simply the most ridiculous thing in the world. The bloodthirsty soul grass is a poisonous grass that can kill even the extraordinary realm. It contains huge poisonous power. Without external help, it is impossible to evade investigation. But strangely, after he was assassinated, after a series of investigations, the family council of elders finally came to the conclusion that it was just a coincidence that Lin Qingshe was able to escape the investigation. The dignified heir to the Ji family was assassinated, but the story ended so simply. But Elder Ji would change the story, but in his case, he couldn't just change the story so easily. Ji Tian even speculated that the reason why his mother Chen Mengyan asked Chen Mengran to tell her those words was because she also caught some clues, but no evidence was found. In the original work, Chen Mengyan has actually been investigating the truth behind Ji Tian's death, but can't find any evidence. But this time, he didn't die, so Chen Mengyan's attitude changed, letting him go for revenge without worrying about anything. Maybe he wanted to give a warning to those behind the scenes. Of course, Chen Mengyan is in seclusion. These are all Ji Tian's guesses, but this does not prevent him from following the trend and uncovering some people behind the scenes. Visibly to the naked eye, Ji Sheng's face instantly turned pale, with endless fear in his eyes. How could Ji Tian ask such a question? He obviously did it flawlessly, and he had already killed the people and silenced them, destroyed the corpses and left no evidence at all. Yi Fan, who had been pretending to be dead, trembled all over, and endless fear emerged in his heart, because he couldn't escape from this matter. If Lin Qingshe really turned him over, would Ji Tian really kill him? Yi Fan suddenly turned his eyes for help to the sky-swallowing magic ring not far from Ji Tian's feet. At this moment, his intestines were filled with regret. He was too careless, mainly because I didn't expect Ji Tian to be so tyrannical to such a perverted degree. If he had the sky-swallowing magic ring and Sister Shuang around, he would definitely be able to help him escape. Now, he can only hope that the Sky Frost Goddess has any hidden power. In the sky-swallowing magic ring, the Sky Frost Goddess sighed. She reminded Mark not to be too arrogant and careless, but he didn't listen. How dare she be exposed? Although the human race has declined a lot compared to ancient times, this is the Imperial capital and the center of the human race, and there are too many strong people. Once exposed, it is hard to say what fate she will face as she has survived since ancient times. Lin Qingshe suddenly turned pale. She never expected that Ji Tian would suddenly bring up the old matter again. She thought that the matter had already been settled with Ji Tian. At this time, Yi Fan, who was pretending to be dead, quietly opened his eyes and cast a pleading look at her, begging Lin Qingshe not to tell him. At this moment, Ji Sheng also glanced at Lin Qingshe, his legs trembling slightly in fear. He regretted that his intestines were green. He shouldn't have exposed his existence to Lin Qingshe. He believed Mark too much. Lin Qingshui's face turned pale and she opened her mouth, but she didn't know how to make a sound. To say, or not to say. What if Ji Tian is dissatisfied and she doesn't take Mark's head now and tortures her father and little sister again? But facing Yi Fan's begging, she fell into infinite entanglement. How could she betray Mark? But just now Yi Fan also took action against his sister Lin Xiaoshui. He also insulted his father Lin Zhongshang. Lin Qingshui's body was shaking slightly and her face was pale. Her disappointment in Mark became even deeper, and she even felt some resentment. Why force her like this? But she didn't realize that she naturally stopped blaming Ji Tian. Subconsciously, she seemed to have thought that it was natural for Ji Tian to force her. Terrible pressure lingered in the hearts of Ji Yusheng and Yi Fan. At this time, Ji Yuling suddenly shouted with an ugly face, "Ji Yutian, the matter of your assassination has been concluded for a long time. This is an abnormal accident. Do you dare to question the conclusion reached by the Presbyterian Council? What you should reflect on is why the women of the Lynn family, the biggest enemy of our GU family, can come in and out of our GU family unscrupulously. This is the result of your own doing. The Family Presbyterian Council has not yet held you accountable, but you still dare to question the Presbyterian Council." Ji Yutian glanced at Ji Yuling coldly, and suddenly smiled coldly. It seemed that there was not only one Ji Yusheng among them. The vice president, Ji Yuling, was probably one of the insiders and had even intervened. This is obviously over the top. He originally thought that the only participant in this matter was Ji Yusheng, and he planned to scare the monkeys, but he didn't expect that there would be an unexpected gain. "Who do you think you are? You're worthy of dragging out the Presbyterian Council to suppress me." Ji Yutian's words were cold, and he turned to look at Lin Qingshe, with cruelty in his eyes, and said softly, "Qingshe, think carefully before speaking. Your father and the Lin family are waiting for your good news, don't let them down." Quote. Lin Qingshe suddenly trembled, endless fear appeared in her eyes, and the scene of her father's arm being chopped off appeared in her mind again. This time, she finally didn't dare to hesitate. "Ji Yutian, Lin Qingshe, you idiot, you actually assassinated the heir of my GU family. You are treasonous. You must die." Suddenly, Ji Yusheng's figure appeared on the ring in an instant, his body filled with yuanli, and his murderous intent soaring to the sky, and he punched Lin Qingshe in the face. No matter what, he couldn't let Lin Qingshe confess himself, even if he thought he did it perfectly. He couldn't afford the consequences. After all, it cannot be denied that Jiyu Wudao is the strongest person in the Jiyu family now, the head of the powerful family. If he knows that he may be the culprit of assassinating his son, no one can stop him once he goes crazy. Killing Lin Qingshe was just killing an enemy. He had countless reasons to explain it. Moreover, Lin Qingshe and Yi Fan were so close, what if she really had any evidence in her hand? Ji Yusheng's eyes were full of murderous intent. Court death. At this time, Chen Mengran shouted coldly and slapped Ji Yusheng violently, causing Ji Yusheng to vomit blood and fly backwards. Lin Qingshui's face turned pale. She never expected that Ji Yusheng would suddenly kill her. Didn't Yi Fan say that Ji Yusheng was one of his own? Lin Qingshe was going crazy. Even this Ji Yusheng dared to bully her. She really thought that anyone could sit on her head and shit. It was Ji Yusheng. It was he who secretly asked someone to let me go, so that I could successfully bring the sword into your bedroom. Lin Qingshe pointed at Ji Yusheng hysterically and said, "How dare you slander me?" Ji Yusheng vomited blood and suddenly roared at Lin Qingshe. "Catch him," Ji Yutian said coldly. Aha! In an instant, Chen Mengran was carrying Chu Manshi, with murderous intent in his eyes, and stepped on Ji Yusheng to the ground, causing him to vomit blood. She had long suspected that someone in the Jiyu family must have interfered, but although she was Chen Mengyan's adopted daughter, she could not interfere in the internal affairs of the Jiyu family. The whole audience was suffocated, many students were feeling numb all over, and they felt like things were getting bigger and bigger. Why was it suddenly mentioned that Ji Yutian was assassinated? Moreover, it was Ji Yutian's fiancée Lin Qingshe who assassinated him, and Ji Yusheng, a genius, was involved behind the scenes. Ji Yutian seemed to be unwilling to give up until a big hole was poked in the sky today. If I remember correctly, Ji Yusheng seems to be the nephew of the vice president and the grandson of the eldest elder of the Jiyu family. A student with an extraordinary background said tremblingly. As soon as these words came out, a large number of students trembled. The words, eldest elder of the Jiyu family, can make the entire imperial capital tremble. They are not comparable to the vice president of the Imperial Capital College. This kind of person, no matter in terms of power or strength, is by no means inferior to the top leaders of the Federation. Stamping his feet, the entire human race will be shaken. At this moment, many of the most powerful people in the sky were stunned. Jiyu family, is this going to have internal strife? The matter is getting bigger and bigger, and we must notify the federal cabinet and the Jiyu family's Presbyterian Council. The heirs of the Jiyu family, as well as Ji Yusheng, are involved in things that are too terrifying, and our Imperial College cannot afford them. My son was assassinated. That guy Ji Wudao is a lunatic. Now he has countless strong men under his command. God knows what crazy things he will do. Hurry up and spread the news, and then ask the dean to leave, otherwise there will be big trouble today. The voice of the most powerful man who spoke was trembling. They were originally attracted here just because of Ji Tianzhan's vision of gods and demons. I never expected that things would evolve to this point. Regardless of the fact that the Imperial College is in name only, it is superior to the major superfamilies, and many of the younger generation can fight however they want. But this is on the basis of not causing big troubles and not involving the fundamental interests and faces of the major families. But Vice Dean Ji Yuling might be involved in such a horrific thing as assassinating the Ji Yu family's heir, so they couldn't help but be afraid. And it actually involves someone as high as the eldest elder of the Ji Yu family. What they heard at the moment made their scalp numb. Tell me, how do you want to die? Ji Yu Tian walked up to Ji Yu Sheng, glanced at the Deputy Dean Ji Yuling, whose face was extremely ugly, sneered, looked down at Ji Yu Sheng, and said, 5 horses cut into pieces, Ling Kai, cut in half, choose one. Ji Yu Sheng's face turned pale, and he felt enveloped by a huge crisis, causing the blood in his body to almost stop flowing. Ji Yu Tian, I don't know what you are talking about. Ji Yu Sheng gritted his teeth and said, Lin Qingshe is spitting blood. She is now at a dead end. She is biting people like a mad dog and trying to destroy the stability of our Ji Yu family. She has no good intentions. Ji Yu Tian, I didn't lie. Lin Qingshui's face was pale, but her words were extremely weak. After all, she really didn't have any evidence to prove it. After all, she had only just found out about Ji Yu Sheng's existence. Unless she confessed Yi Fan, she couldn't do that for the time being. But at this moment, she finally understood that in the eyes of people like Ji Yu Sheng, she was just a valuable chess piece, and when she no longer had any use value, she could be discarded without hesitation. Ji Yu Sheng glanced at Lin Qingshe resentfully and continued, Ji Yu Tian, don't forget, the Lin family and my Ji Yu family are feuding. How could I collude with this fool to murder you, the heir of the Ji Yu family? Although I am a little dissatisfied with you, my surname is Ji Yu, and you and I are both direct descendants of the Ji Yu family, and we are one family. Boom. Suddenly, Ji Yu Tian raised his big foot and landed hard on Ji Yu Sheng's cheek, causing his quibbling words to stop abruptly. Your words make me feel sick. Ji Yu Tian's voice was cold, his eyes were full of murderous intent, and his big foot turned and crushed Ji Yu Sheng's cheek several times before taking it back. Does it make sense to explain in front of a reborn person who knows many plots? What family? If he hadn't been reborn, according to the development of the plot, Ji Yu Kuang's lineage would have betrayed, and his father Ji Yu Wudao and mother Chen Mengyun would have died. Their lineage would have been exterminated, leaving no one alive, and blood would flow like a river. Of course, Ji Yu Tian also had to admit that Ji Yu Sheng still had some brains. No wonder he was able to do things flawlessly and manipulate the original owner in the palm of his hand. If he didn't know the direction of the plot later, he might really be confused by Ji Yu Sheng's words. After all, the 1,000-year blood feud between the Lin family and the Ji Yu family is a well-known thing. The reason why he called Lin Qingshe up was because he needed an excuse to deal with Ji Yu Sheng, so as not to appear too abrupt. Even if Lin Qingshe didn't say anything, he still had plenty of ways to make Ji Yu Sheng expose himself. Don't say the word, family, in front of me in the future, otherwise I will let you know what it means to be alive, which is 10,000 times more painful than death. Ji Yu Tian's voice was cold, and he looked down at Ji Yu Sheng, with murderous intent in his eyes, as if there was an abyss hidden inside. Tell me, who is behind these things and instigating you to do these things? Ji Yu Tian, you are using torture to extract a confession. Ji Yu Sheng's face was covered with blood, and the bridge of his nose was broken by the foot, but his mouth was still hard. I am also a direct descendant of the Ji Yu family. You have no evidence, and you have no right to try me in public like this. As he spoke, Ji Yu Sheng roared, in order to forcefully protect a fool of the Lin family, you slandered a direct descendant of the family and poured dirty water on me. Aren't you afraid that the people in the clan will be cold-hearted and alienated from your lineage? You know, everyone has been dissatisfied with you for forcibly protecting the Lin family for a long time. I took action to kill Lin Qingshui because of public expectations. Lin Qingshui's face turned pale after being scolded by Ji Yusheng, and she finally felt the unspeakable pain. She said it was all true. Is living 10,000 times more painful than death? Lin Qingshui's eyes were full of bitterness and pain. When she heard this sentence coming from Ji Yutian's mouth again, at this moment, she felt the same. She really would rather have been killed in public by the strong men of the Ji Yu family the moment she assassinated Ji Yutian than live to endure such endless psychological torture. In a short period of time, she really realized that Ji Yutian's words were not just words. Buzz. Suddenly, a terrifying demonic mist filled the air, countless demonic gods roared, and a 2-meter-long black demonic knife appeared in Ji Yutian's hand, with countless dense mysterious patterns lingering on it, and it was slashed with a bang. Puff. Ji Yutian. Ji Yusheng's shrill voice echoed across a kilometer radius, containing endless pain and making people's scalp numb. His shoulder was cut off directly by this knife. Hiss. Everyone watched and gasped, their scalps numb. Ji Yutian actually took action, and as soon as he took action, he cut off one of Ji Yusheng's arms. Ji Yutian really didn't seem to care about Ji Yusheng's identity at all. Madman, really a madman. A big thing is going to happen. Why hasn't the Dean come over? Only the Dean can handle the matters here. Many consciousnesses in the sky saw that the scalp was tightened and an arm was cut off. If it was delayed a little longer, it would really be impossible to put it back together. Tick-da, tick-da. The abyss demonic knife has a deep color and seems to contain endless abyss territory. Suddenly, a terrifying scene appeared. Ji Yusheng's chopped-off arm was suddenly turned into billowing blood by the magic knife in Ji Yutian's hand, and was completely swallowed up. This scene is so strange and chilling. A knife can actually devour flesh and blood. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The demon sword glowed, as if it had come to life. Countless demon gods were roaring in it. A surge of magic power poured into Ji Yutian's heart, causing the supreme demon bone in his chest to begin to glow. A terrible demonic intent suddenly spread out from Ji Yutian's body. Open. The supreme demon bone has begun to awaken again. Ouyang Wushwang's eyelids twitched. At this moment, many of the most powerful men in the academy in the sky also saw that their scalps were numb, devouring flesh and blood, converting it into their own power, driving the supreme demonic bones to awaken in advance, and polishing their bodies. What kind of weird and terrifying demonic soldiers this was? Where did Ji Yutian get such a terrifying weapon? Ji Yutian, we will fight until death. Ji Yusheng's voice was stern, his eyes were bloodshot, almost crazy, and he was in extreme pain. Having an arm chopped off has a huge impact on his potential and future. Lin Qingshui stared at this scene blankly, and for some reason, a warmth suddenly rose in her heart. She understood that there was no evidence for her accusation, and the Ji Yu family had indeed been dissatisfied with her for a long time. They were just afraid of speaking out because of Ji Yutian's background. But Ji Yutian still chose to believe his words and even chopped off Ji Yusheng's arm. Could it be that Ji Yutian still loves her and is just pretending to stand up for her? Ji Yutian, Lin Qingshui murmured to herself, still thinking about the future. Ji Yutian sneered and said, "Tell me, who is behind the scenes and who is the accomplice? As far as Ji Yu is concerned, the next knife may cut off your head." Ji Yutian placed the abyss demonic knife next to Ji Yusheng's neck. A terrifying demonic intent instantly made Ji Yusheng's scalp numb. Seeing the terrifying murderous intent in Ji Yutian's eyes, he finally became frightened at this moment. "Uncle, save me." Ji Yusheng turned to look at his uncle Ji Yuling begging. At this moment, Ji Yuling, who was blocked by many maids holding swords, stood there blankly, his eyes were bloodshot, and endless anger and murderous intent filled his heart. He was constantly humiliated and his dignity was trampled on. Now his nephew was tortured in front of him and one of his arms was chopped off. Ji Yuling was really going crazy. "You are lawless and harm your brothers. How can our Ji Yu family tolerate you?" Ji Yuling kept mumbling to himself. "You are just as much of a nuisance as your father Ji Yu Wudao, and I will never let you go. Ji Yutian, you deserve to die. Yes, you deserve to die." Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from Ji Yuling's body, instantly knocking away many sword-wielding maids around him, and they shot towards Ji Yutian in an instant. The evil beast shall die. Ji Yuling's murderous intent was overwhelming, the aura of terror filled the air, and the sky seemed to darken under his murderous intent. He didn't hold back at all, and the terrifying power close to the gods exploded, causing time and space to shake. Ji Yuling, stop! A powerful man suddenly roared, shaking the sky. But Ji Yuling was the vice president, and his strength was at the top of the Imperial College. When he suddenly exploded, there were almost no one who could stop him. No one could have imagined that Ji Yuling would dare to openly kill the son of Ji Yu Wudao and Chen Mengyan, the heir to the Ji Yu family. In the field, many students were horrified to death. A strong man close to the gods took action. The terrifying power could destroy the ground for dozens of miles. They all believed that Ji Yutian would definitely die. However, this was Ji Yutian's own courting of death. He actually forced a super strong man head on like this. It was an act that could not even be described as crazy. But at this moment, Ji Yutian's eyes were calm and indifferent, and his body remained motionless. A strong man of Ji Yuling's level was naturally not something he could face head on. But he believed in Chen Mengyan's skills. Since she has said that she can do whatever she wants, then it cannot be just talk. Her own son was assassinated once. If she was killed once in public, then she really didn't deserve to be respected by countless people in the imperial capital. You dare to touch even my nephew. I'm afraid you don't want to live anymore. Suddenly, a calm voice suddenly resounded across the sky and the earth. A flash of cyan light flashed, and a middle-aged man appeared in front of Ji Yutian. A cyan soft sword appeared in his hand and he waved it casually. In an instant, the storm formed by the green sword energy filled the sky, covering Ji Yuling in an instant. Ah! Ji Yuling's piercing screams resounded through the sky, making people's hair stand on end when they heard it. Rolling blood mist filled the sky, and the smell of blood spread thousands of meters away in an instant. When the storm dissipated, Ji Yuling's blood-covered figure fell from the air and hit the ground hard. He was covered in sword marks and had been cut by millions of knives. No part of him was intact from top to bottom, dripping with blood, rolling and wailing in the ground, extremely miserable. Chen Feng, you are just a fool who was kicked out by the Duanmu family. My Ji Yu family took you in and protected you, and now you dare to attack me. Ji Yuling's shrill voice was extremely sharp, containing endless resentment. The whole place was silent, everyone was cold, and even the mixed voices of many powerful people in the sky completely disappeared. Why was this lunatic released by Chen Mengyan? Do you want to kill the Imperial Capital Academy and bleed it into a river? At this moment, no one dared to speak at all. The dignified vice president of the Imperial Capital College and a great figure in the direct line of the Ji Yu family unexpectedly ended up like this. Faintly, through Ji Yutian's actions, they felt the depth of the water hidden behind the scenes. Chen Mengyan, that cruel and terrifying woman, was probably warning some people through Ji Yutian's unscrupulous behavior. If they don't abide by the rules, then she doesn't mind killing the Imperial Capital and causing the blood to flow into a river, causing the order to collapse, and at worst, returning the human race to a state of disorder and chaos. Even if the Blue Federation is disintegrated and divided, it will not hesitate. With the power and strength of Ji Yu Wudao and Chen Mengyan, it is not impossible to achieve this step. Noisy. The middle-aged man in green, Chen Feng, frowned slightly, and with a flash of the blue soft sword, Ji Yuling's mouth and tongue were cut off, causing him to only make a sound of woo-woo-woo. No matter how he wailed, he could no longer make any sound. Only his eyes were filled with endless resentment and fear, as if he wanted to eat Ji Yutian and Chen Feng alive. The light in your eyes also makes me feel disgusted. Chen Feng frowned, the green soft sword flashed like a poisonous snake, and once again dug out both of Ji Yuling's eyeballs. Ji Yuling could only cry out in a shrill voice. He wished he could die on the spot rather than suffer such torture. But a strong man of his level has too much vitality. Even if he is tortured to this extent, he will not die for a while. Many of the most powerful people in the academy were icy cold. They understood that Ji Yuling was completely destroyed. Chen Feng is a madman. Chen Feng glanced at Kang Chong calmly, shook the soft sword in his hand, and said calmly, I abolished your vice president, do you have any objections? If you have any dissatisfaction in your heart, you can come together now, and I will kill it with one sword. Don't make some small moves behind the scenes afterwards. Then I will be very angry and the consequences will be more serious. There was still silence in the void, and some of the most powerful people in the academy simply took back their consciousness, out of sight and out of mind. No one wants to mess with Chen Feng, a lunatic. A bunch of cowards who bully the weak and fear the strong. Chen Feng chuckled lightly, turned to look at Ji Yutian, with a bright smile on his calm face, patted Ji Yutian heavily on the shoulder, and said, "Good boy, you did a good job. We, the Chen family, will it's time to kill decisively, no matter what his background is or who is backing him, just kill him and that's it. I used to think about whether you were picked up from some garbage dump by my elder sister. You don't look like my Chen family at all. Now it seems that I was wrong. My uncle apologizes to you." Quote. Chen Feng laughed and seemed to be in a good mood, very satisfied with Ji Yutian's performance this time. After all, Ji Yutian's performance in the past was really too cowardly. He was indecisive and manipulated for the sake of a mere woman. Not only did outsiders look down on Ji Yutian, but even his own uncle seemed a little numb. He always felt that the foundation that his brother-in-law and sister had worked so hard to build would sooner or later be defeated by this boy. "Nephew, I have met my uncle." Ji Yutian had a complicated look in his eyes and saluted Chen Feng. Chen Mengyan and Chen Feng were born in the Duanmu family, one of the 5 major families, but they were actually abandoned children of the Duanmu family. They wandered around since childhood. It was not until they showed their superb talents and great potential that they were taken back to the Duanmu family. But for some unknown reason, the two of them later broke up with the Duanmu family. Even though Chen Mengyan was now at the pinnacle of the human race and Chen Feng was extraordinary in strength, the relationship with the Duanmu family was only good or not. The reason why Chen Mengyan was able to kill her step by step was because Chen Feng was the sharpest knife in her hand. She killed countless people and earned the title of a madman in the Imperial capital. Chen Feng also made great contributions in assisting Ji Yu Wudao to ascend to the position of head of the Ji Yu family. However, after Ji Yu Wudao took the position of head of the family and went to the northwest frontier to take charge of a 1,000,000-strong army, Chen Feng disappeared. It was rumored that he was imprisoned by Chen Mengyan because he killed too much. In the original work, Chen Feng was described as a lunatic who took pleasure in torturing people and killing people. It was not until Ji Yutian was assassinated that Chen Mengyan released him and was responsible for investigating the truth behind Ji Yutian's murder. But not long after, he suddenly died on the battlefield of all races. Moreover, Yi Fan teamed up with the powerful men of the major clans in the imperial capital to seal him in a forbidden land of sky fire and burned him alive, which was extremely miserable. Between you and my uncle and nephew, there is no need to engage in such fancy things. Chen Feng smiled and said, "Go ahead and do it boldly. If you cause big trouble, my uncle will support you from behind. This Ji Yuling, I will take him to see the great elder and see if the old man dares to talk nonsense in front of me." Ha ha ha. Having said that, Chen Feng left just as quickly as he came. He glanced coldly outside the sky, as if to warn someone, and then disappeared in an instant. "Uncle, mother, father," Ji Yutian murmured to himself. For some reason, his heart, which had always been as cold as stone, suddenly felt a touch of warmth of family affection at this moment. This was the first time in his 2 lives that he had felt this way. In his last life, he had no father or mother, so he had to rely on himself to work hard and build a world. At this moment, he could no longer resist, completely integrated with the memory of the original owner, and accepted everything about him. Now that I am reborn, I will never allow those tragedies to happen again. Ji Yutian's eyes were cold. He glanced at the arena, and put away the heaven-swallowing magic ring at his feet. In the ring, the Sky Frost goddess sighed quietly. The scene she least expected to see finally appeared. In the ring, Yi Fan's figure had quietly disappeared and appeared at the back of the crowd, looking at Ji Yu Tianzhong with resentful eyes as he put away the sky-swallowing magic ring. Yi Fan's heart was bleeding. This time, his loss was too huge. Lin Qingshe and Chu Manchi were his huge support in the imperial capital, but they all fell into Ji Yutian's clutches, and their life or death was unpredictable. In particular, the sky-swallowing magic ring and the sky frost goddess were the great support for his rise, but they were deceived by Gu Tian through his machinations. Gu Tian, we are irreconcilable, I will cut you into pieces. Yi Fan's eyes were filled with hatred, and his gums drew blood from his bite, but he hurriedly left the scene for fear of being reminded of Gu Tian again. Fortunately, he was just a nobody and Gu Tian didn't pay much attention to him, allowing him to take advantage of the chaos and leave. Sister Shuang, Qingshe, Teacher Chu, wait for me, I will rescue you soon. But Yi Fan didn't know that every move he made fell into a cold pupil. From the beginning to the end, he was the person Gu Tian paid most attention to, and there were strong men from the Gu family secretly monitoring his movements at all times. Congratulations to the host, you have plundered the important opportunity of the Son of Destiny and will be rewarded with 50,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host. Yi Fan's luck has been severely damaged and his destiny has undergone tremendous changes. He will be rewarded with 30,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host. The system's beeps kept ringing in Gu Tian's ears. After a trip to Imperial College, I plundered more destiny points from Yi Fan than Lin Qingshe and Chen Mengran combined. This is just the beginning. You are my best tool for cultivating destiny points. Gu Tian's eyes were cold, he turned to look at Lin Qingshe, and suddenly smiled, making Lin Qingshe tremble all over, feeling the strong emotion in Gu Tian's eyes. A sense of violence. The warm feeling just now seemed to be just an illusion. At this moment, she suddenly remembered that the task Gu Tian had given her was to personally cut off Mark's head and hand it to him. At this time, Lin Qingshe suddenly realized that she no longer seemed to be so resistant to cutting off Yi Fan's head with her own hands. Yi Fan, it was you who apologized to me first. For the sake of my father, sister and the Lin family, don't blame me. Lin Qingshe gritted her teeth and suddenly said to Gu Tian, don't hurt the Lin family. I will take care of the things you told me now. After saying that, Lin Qingshe planned to turn around and leave. But at this moment, Lin Xiaoshui suddenly stopped Lin Qingshe and said softly, sister, let's meet at the same place tomorrow. I have something important to tell you. Lin Qingshe was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that Lin Xiaoshui would call her sister again. Has her sister forgive her? Everything seemed to be back to how it was before, and I was very moved. I nodded immediately, and then quickly followed Yi Fan's departure. Sister, don't worry, sister will never let you down. Lin Qingshe became even more determined. Yi Fan, you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. But she didn't notice the terrifying murderous intention deep in Lin Xiaoshui's beautiful eyes. She didn't care if Lin Qingshe could take down Mark's head. The moment Lin Qingshe assassinated Gu Tian, it was destined that she and Gu Tian would never be able to go back to their past. For the survival of the Lin family, Lin Qingshe must die. What will be the result if the daughter of destiny assassinates the son of destiny? Gu Tian curled his lips slightly, looking forward to how many destiny points he would get by then. As for whether Lin Qingshe could successfully assassinate Yi Fan, it was not within his scope of consideration. In his eyes, these two people were nothing more than tools to increase their luck points. They were just the difference between dying early and dying late. At this time, a white-haired old man with extraordinary temperament appeared on the ring. He looked at the bloody ring and sighed slightly. If I had known this, why bother? But at this time, Chu Manshi, who looked desperate, became excited and said, Dean, Gu Tian is rebellious, hurting the instructor, and deposing Vice President Gu Ling, we must not let him go. Quote, when the dean comes, she will be saved. After all, she was a member of the Imperial College, and the dean would never see her being taken away by Gu Tian. Student Gu Tian, can you let her go for the sake of the relationship between Imperial College and the Gu family? The white-haired old man looked at Gu Tian and asked. Gu Tian's eyes were cold, and he looked at the old man. A cold light suddenly flashed in his eyes, and information about the white-haired old man immediately appeared in his mind. The dean of Imperial College, Duan Mule, was from the Duanmu family, one of the 5 founding families of the Federation. In the original work, although this old man never dealt with the Gu family head-on and maintained a neutral attitude, he always cared for Yi Fan very much. The reason why Yi Fan was able to flourish as the protagonist and run rampant all the way was inseparable from him. Even when Ji Yuling later used the power of Imperial College to deal with the Ji Yu family, leading to the tragic deaths of Ji Yu Wudao and Chen Mengyan, he turned a blind eye. Although he did not directly intervene, his contribution to the destruction of the Ji Yu family was not small. Duanmu family, what role are you playing? Ji Yu Tian's eyes were cold. He knew many plots about the protagonist, but this world was too big and too complicated. At least he couldn't see through the Duanmu family, one of the 5 founding families, for the time being. Chen Mengyan and Chen Feng were members of the Duanmu family. The entire Imperial family recognized this, and the Duanmu family themselves did not object to this. But when Chen Mengyan was killed and the Ji Yu family was destroyed, the Duanmu family did not react at all, and they did not have much interaction with Yi Fan, making them appear extremely mysterious. But Ji Yu Tian can at least be certain for the time being that the Duanmu family, even if they are not serious enemies, is definitely not friendly to the Ji Yu family or to his mother. Even her attitude towards him was definitely unfriendly. As the heir to the Ji Yu family, after he came to the academy, he faced various provocations. Even people like Chu Manchi and Ji Yuling stood up, but there was no reaction from the Imperial Academy. This in itself is a very strange situation. The Imperial College headed by Dean Duan Mule seemed to be happy to see him suppressed, humiliated, or even die directly in the Imperial College. I want to see what kind of medicine is sold in your Duanmu family's gourd. Ji Yu Tian's eyes were cold. Origin. Ji Yu Tian looked at Duan Mule with cold eyes, and suddenly said in a cold voice, I don't think there is any connection between the Ji Yu family and Imperial College, but there is a lot of hatred. As the heir to the Ji Yu family, I have been suppressed one after another after I came to Imperial College. Dean Duanmule, have you figured out how to deal with my Ji Yu family? Hiss. Many students took a breath of air. As the saying goes, you can't reach out to hit someone with a smiling face, but this Ji Yu Tian didn't even give him the respect of the dean. You must know that Duan Mule has been the dean of the Imperial College for 200 years, and has trained countless super powerful human beings and high-level federal officials. Even Ji Yu Wudao and Chen Mengyan came from Imperial College. According to their seniority, they also have a teacher-student relationship with Duan Mule. It is not an exaggeration to describe Duan Mule as having peaches and plums all over the sky. Even the super wealthy clan who are not on good terms with the Duanmu family will choose to give Duan Mule some face. It can be imagined that Duan Mule has great face and has a high status in the human race. The words, young and frivolous, don't seem to be enough to describe Ji Yu Tian's behavior. Duan Mule's face was stagnant, but he showed a very good attitude. He was not angry, but smiled and said, it seems that little friend Ji Yu Tian does not understand the relationship between Imperial College and the Ji Yu family. After the spiritual energy was revived, the order of the human race collapsed, thousands of races invaded, and all life was in ruins. The Imperial College was established by the first generation of superpowers who emerged from the human race in order to resist all races and cultivate talents for the human race. The ancestor of the Ji Yu family was one of this group of people, who gave significant help to the establishment of Imperial College. Our Imperial College has been passed down for nearly 1,000 years. In every generation, direct descendants of the Ji Yu family will hold important positions in Imperial College and be responsible for training students. It can even be said that the Ji Yu family is one of the founders of Imperial College. Quote. Duan Mule smiled and said, my little friend, now you can understand how deep the relationship between Imperial College and the Ji Yu family is. We can say that we are a family. Teacher Chu Manchi is impetuous, but she is also a member of the Imperial College. So if she offends my little friend, I ask the Prime Minister, if you can handle it, don't be as knowledgeable as her and let her go. Ji Yu Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't expect that the relationship between the Ji Yu family and Imperial College was so deep. Throughout the generations of the Ji Yu family, there were actually people working in Imperial College. No wonder, in the original work, Ji Yuling can even use the power of Imperial College to deal with Ji Yu Wudao. He couldn't help but marvel in his heart that the Ji Yu family's spiritual energy had been passed down from generation to generation since its recovery, and the depth of it was simply unfathomable. If it weren't for the split within the Ji Yu family, it would have been impossible for Yi Fan to defeat Ji Yu Wudao and wipe out their direct lineage. However, it is obvious that this part of the Imperial College's power seems to have always been in the hands of Ji Yuquang's direct lineage, and even Ji Wudao and Chen Mengyan cannot interfere. Mom is still kind and soft-hearted. Ji Tian murmured to himself, a cold light flashing in his eyes. After Ji Wudao became the head of the family, he was appointed by the federal cabinet to guard the northwest frontier and resist all races. Although he was nominally in charge of an army of millions, he was extremely powerful. But after leaving the imperial capital, the sky is high and the emperor is far away. As a result, although he is the head of the family in name, he cannot completely integrate the power of the Ji family. Although Chen Mengyan took over the power of the Ji family in place of Ji Wudao, she was not a member of the Ji family after all and had to worry about many influences, so she gave Ji Yuquang and his family the opportunity to do things secretly and plot evil. Dad has been assigned to take a post in the northwest frontier. Could it be that some people behind the scenes are causing trouble? Ji Tian murmured to himself, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Otherwise it would be too much of a coincidence. Just after taking over the position of head of the family, he was suddenly awarded such an important task by the federal cabinet. Although it is undeniable that this position is really high and is responsible for the life and death of millions of troops. The rights and benefits are huge. But Ji Wudao is not in the imperial capital, and their lineage is missing a backbone after all. Unless Ji Wudao really makes up his mind, regardless of the overall situation of the human race, and leads 1,000,000 troops to fight back to the imperial capital, this is simply a fantasy. The human race is in civil strife, divided and killing each other. All races will only applaud and cheer, and even take the opportunity to join forces to invade and start another super war against the human race. In the original work, Ji Wudao did not do this until he was killed by Yifan and many powerful people in the imperial capital. If all this is true, then who is behind the scenes? With Yifan's strength at this stage, it is simply impossible to do all of this, let alone influence the decisions of the federal cabinet. It's impossible for Ji Yuquang's lineage to do it. Although the Ji family also has a seat in the federal cabinet, the power of this position can only be used by the head of the family. Ji Tian's mind was spinning rapidly, but he still couldn't see through it for the time being. Is it the Duanmu family? As one of the 5 founding families with a profound foundation, the Duanmu family definitely has enough strength to handle all this. But if that's the case, then the Duanmu family's secrets are really deep. So, the relationship between Imperial College and my Ji family is really deep. It's so deep that even I, the heir to the Ji family, don't know anything about it. Today is the first time I've heard of it. Ji Tian smiled, and his smile looked so bright that Duan Mule frowned slightly, feeling a little confused as to why Ji Tian looked so happy. But what he didn't know was that what he was facing was not a young man who had just turned 18, but a gangster godfather who had experienced countless bloody events and intrigues in 2 lifetimes. Through some clues, countless guesses immediately emerged in my mind. Imperial College, what a powerful force, has existed since shortly after the spiritual energy was revived, and has trained countless strong men. Regardless of how many powerful people there are in the academy, in terms of influence and connections, they are definitely unique among the human race. No matter how deep the water behind the scenes is, how can such an important power be in the hands of Ji Yuquang's lineage? Ji Tian's eyes flashed with coldness as he stared at Duanmu Lei and suddenly said, Dean Duanmu, since people from my Ji family have served in Imperial College for generations, as the heir of the Ji family, I want to arrange for a few people to serve in the college. You won't refuse to fire a few people, right? Suddenly, Duanmule's eyes froze and his brows furrowed even more tightly. He didn't expect that Ji Tian would be so ambitious at such a young age. He immediately changed the subject and said, Of course it's possible, but I need to discuss this with other people. The senior management of the college discussed it. Now, little friend, can you ask your subordinates to release instructor Chu Manshi first? Ji Tian sneered, pointed at Chu Manshi suddenly, and said, Since my Ji family is responsible for Imperial College, then naturally I will not allow such a black sheep who tramples on the rules of the college to continue to serve in the college. The first person I asked the dean to expel was Chu Manshi. In an instant, Duanmule's expression suddenly changed. He could no longer remain calm and said, Little friend Gutn, this is absolutely impossible. Chu Manshi, who had just breathed a sigh of relief after being held in Chen Mengran's hand, turned pale in an instant. She never expected that even the dean's intervention in such a big deal could not make Gutn change his decision. The Imperial College's tutor establishment, but what she had worked hard for many years to obtain, was her amulet. And without this establishment, she would have no chance of being ranked among the elites of the Federation. Gutn, are you crazy? Chu Manshi roared hysterically and said, I just interrupted your life and death battle with Mark. Why do you have to fight with me like this? Gutn turned around to look, a cold light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Chen Mengran understood this, raised his hand and slapped Chu Manshi hard on the face, causing half of her face to be crooked, causing blood to drip from her face. You dare to interrupt when the young master is talking to the dean. Chen Mengran scolded him coldly, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Chu Manshi was trembling and finally felt scared. She didn't want to die. And this Gutn, even in front of the dean, seemed to really dare to kill her directly. Duan Muley could no longer maintain a peaceful mind, and his face became a little ugly. Given his status, talking to Gutn like this would be a downgrade. After talking nonsense for so long and wasting so much saliva, Gutn only wanted to get benefits and didn't give him any face. He actually slapped Chu Mengzai's face into shape in front of him. My friend, your request is too much. Let Master Chu go immediately. If anything happens, we will discuss it later. Duan Muley's voice became slightly deeper. He is not Ji Yuling. In addition to his status as vice dean, he also has a family-oriented status. Others are afraid of Chen Feng, but he is not. Why bother discussing later? Gutn was extremely strong and turned a blind eye to Duan Muley's ugly expression. Chu Manshi is Yi Fan's mentor and is extremely important. She is also a pawn he uses to suppress Yi Fan's luck. He will never let it go. Since the Gu family has a share in the establishment of Imperial College, then as the heir to the Gu family, I must exercise this power today. Starting today, Chu Manshi and Ji Yuling will be expelled from the academy. Chu Mengzai's intermediate tutor position will be held by my personal maid Chen Mengran. I will ask my uncle Chen Feng to take over Ji Yuling's position as deputy dean tomorrow. Gutn had no intention of communicating with Duan Muley and just made the final decision. Now that he is strong, he must be strong to the end and never give Ji Yuquang a chance to stand up. Cough 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 cough. Duan Muley was stunned, his face turned red, his hair seemed to stand on end, and he kept coughing. He couldn't figure out how things could develop like this. Gutian had the power to directly appoint an intermediate tutor and deputy dean. What is even more unacceptable is that the murderous crazy Chen was actually brought to Imperial College to be the vice president. Is it because not enough people in the college died? Many senior college officials who were secretly observing the developments were dumbfounded. Let Chen Feng come to Imperial College to work. If there were any differences of opinion in the future, would the madman draw his sword and kill them directly? With Chen Feng's behavior, this is not impossible. Many students on the stage were simply shocked by Gutn. We are all the same age, why are you so outstanding? Forget about being lawless, after all, Gutn's background is there. It's good now that even the vice president of Imperial College has to be directly appointed, and he wants to get his uncle to be there without any hesitation. This Gutn, he won't give up until he causes chaos in Imperial College, right? A senior college official was trembling with anger. This is simply hooligan behavior. Someone responded faintly. According to the college's practice, Ji Yuling has been abolished. The Gu family really has to appoint someone to serve as the vice president of the college. And Gutn is the heir to the Gu family. If Gu Wudao is not around, he does have the power to make the appointment. No, absolutely not. This matter is of great importance. I need to discuss it with Ji Yuquang, the ancestor of the Gu family. Duan Muley's face was extremely ugly. The purpose of his coming out was just to stabilize the situation and prevent it from expanding further. But he never expected that Gutn's ability to climb up the pole was not like that of a young man who had just grown up, but like that of an experienced veteran who had been struggling for many years. The situation has not stabilized, but has a tendency to continue to expand. Why discuss with ancestor Gu Kuang? Gu Tian sneered. Duan Mule was indeed closely connected with Gu Kuang's family, and said, now my father is the head of the Gu family and is in charge of the family power, and now my mother is acting on behalf of the family. After I return, I will ask my mother for instructions, and then ask her to inform Patriarch Gu Kuang and the Council of Elders. Quote. Or, Gu Tian's eyes suddenly turned cold and cruel. He stared coldly into Duan Mule's eyes, and said coldly, in other words, Dean Duanmu believes that Gu Kuang's lineage is the person in charge of the Gu family now, my mother not qualified to make this decision. No matter what, he would not allow Gu Kuang's lineage to continue to hold the power of the Gu family in Imperial College. First, the wings of Gu Kuang's lineage will be gradually cut off, and then the day will come when Gu Kuang's lineage will be destroyed. He didn't care whether the Gu family would be in chaos or not, he looked forward and backward. Gu Kuang's lineage could do it, but he would only do it more ruthlessly than them. Gu Kuang, and his descendants, must die. Visible to the naked eye, Duan Mule's face changed drastically, his eyes became extremely gloomy, and he looked at Gu Tian for a long time, unable to respond for a long time. Now that the words had reached this level, he naturally did not dare to continue. He could never figure out why even Chen Mengyan had always respected Gu Kuang, why Gu Tian, the heir, had no respect for Gu Kuang, the ancestor. Chu Meng's eyes face was extremely pale, and her heart was filled with ice. Even the dean took action, but he couldn't save her, and even her mid-level tutor's staff was wiped out. She was going crazy. Since the dean doesn't say anything, I'll take it as your acquiescence. Gu Tian smiled brightly and said, today's trip to the academy has really given me a lot of experience. My Gu family is actually one of the founders of the academy. Since Dean Duanmu has kindly invited you, you can rest assured that my uncle and I will definitely help you manage the academy well and cultivate more outstanding young geniuses for our human race. At this moment, the strong, domineering, and cold look he had before could still be seen. Gu Tian was indeed in a good mood at the moment. The harvest from this trip to the academy was far beyond expectations. Next, let Chen Feng gradually clean up the Gu Kuang faction in Imperial College and replace them all with his own people. Duan Mule almost spit out a mouthful of old blood, his face was extremely gloomy. He just told a true history. When did he invite Gu Tian to manage the Imperial College together? However, his sense of smell was very keen, and he vaguely sensed that something big was going to happen. Gu Tian's strength was by no means unreasonable, and it might even be Chen Mengyan's manipulation behind the scenes. Chen Mengyan may even be using the excuse of suppressing Gu Kuang to start meddling in the Duanmu family's influence. Although this is just his guess, he must immediately notify the clan and Gu Kuang to be wary of Chen Mengyan's various movements. Gu Wudao has been transferred out of the imperial capital. Chen Mengyan, you still want to overturn the situation. Duan Mule's eyes were gloomy. He took a deep look at Gu Tian and said, little friend Gu Tian, I am an old guy who underestimates you. But don't forget, Chu Manchi is not only the tutor of our Imperial College, but also a member of the Chu family and a candidate for the elite rank of the Federation. Human race, your Gu family can't cover the sky with one hand. Duan Mule's figure quickly disappeared. Can't you cover the sky with one hand? Gu Tian's eyes were cold, and he murmured to himself, but I have been a human for 2 lives, and my goal in this life is to stand at the top of the human race and hold great power. Now it seems that the Duanmu family is no longer an enemy but a friend. But I remember that there is also a woman from the Duanmu family in Yi Fan's harem. There was a hint of coldness in Gu Tian's eyes, and a name suddenly appeared in his mind. Duanmu Rui, a detective from the Public Security Department. At this moment, her background is unknown, and her pseudonym is Mu Rui. Even her colleagues and superiors in the Public Security Department do not know her true identity. Duanmu Rui is very talented and extremely powerful. She spares no effort in catching all kinds of criminals with heinous crimes and tracking down the spies and traitors of all races, and she is promoted very quickly. But what no one knows is that she is the apple of Duanmu Zongtian, the head of the Duanmu family. One of the most powerful super gods in the human race. In terms of seniority, Gu Tian is still her distant cousin. However, the blood relationship has been more than 10 generations. They are only relatives in name, just like the relationship between Ji Yutian and Ji Yusheng. They are brothers in name only, but the blood relationship has been divided since Ji Yuquang's generation. It has been passed down for hundreds of years, and there is not much blood connection left. In the original work, on his way out of the Imperial capital, Yi Fan accidentally rescued Duan Murui, who was in danger. The two fell in love secretly and became one of Yi Fan's harems. And in the later period, Duan Murui was promoted to the director of the Public Security Bureau, and took charge of the powerful violence system of the Blue Federation, which provided Yi Fan with huge help in destroying the Ji Yu family. Of course, from beginning to end, the Duanmu family behind her scenes remained transparent, neither interfering nor stopping. But now Ji Yutian understands that all this is just on the surface. Just because you don't intervene directly doesn't mean there's no action behind the scenes. Duan Murui's ability to sit in the position of Director of Public Security is inseparable from the influence of the Qinmu family. Her help to Yi Fan is no different from the Duanmu family's help. A hero saves a beauty. Ji Yutian pursed his lips. Now Yi Fan was under his knowledge. If he wanted a hero to save a beauty, he had to first ask him if he would agree. Since the Duanmu family was listed as one of his opponents, he naturally couldn't let go of this important heroine in the original work. Even if he doesn't think it, Yi Fan still has a chance to contact Duanmurui. Didn't the Duanmu family use the help of Ji Yuquang's lineage to divide the Ji Yu family? Then he would also lend a hand to the Duanmu family. Ji Yutian walked down the ring smoothly and left under the odd eyes of many students. He casually said to Chen Mengran, who was following with Chu Manchi, "Mengran, there is a young detective named Mu Rui in the Imperial City Public Security Department. You ask people to pay more attention to her movements and report to me at any time if there is any sign of leaving the city." Quote. Okay. Chen Mengran nodded, suddenly took out the communicator, looked at it, and reported, "Young master, the subordinate who monitored Yi Fan reported that after he left Imperial College, he went to Ouyang's house. Today seems to be the birthday party for Ouyang Xian, the little princess of the Ouyang family. Ouyang Xian, she has become acquainted with Mark now." Ji Yutian paused in his steps and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The Ouyang family is the only one among the 5 major families that has a deep relationship with the Ji Yu family. Now that he has been reborn, he will never allow this powerful help to escape from him again and end up in Yi Fan's camp. At this time, Ouyang Wushuang, who was still a little pale, ran over quickly and said to Ji Yutian seriously, "Ji Yutian, tonight is my sister Xian's birthday party. I forgot to invite you before. This is an invitation. In fact, I forgot that if Ji Yutian had not shown great strength and talent, he would not have been on the invitation list. After all, this is Ouyang Xian's private birthday party." But Ouyang Wushuang, who wanted to save face, would not directly say, "Ji Yutian, I want to make friends with you. I also happen to miss Sister Xian a little." Ji Yutian smiled brightly and reached out to take the invitation, but there was a cold look in the depths of his eyes. He now wants to know to what extent the relationship between Ouyang Xian and Yi Fan has developed. If the relationship has developed deeply and Ouyang Xian is not a girl of luck, he would not mind directly getting rid of this stumbling block between the Ji Yu family and Ouyang family. They are just women. If you want to get rid of them, you don't have to put them all in the harem. Direct physical destruction is also a good choice. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.